and community. She previously served as Vice President of Media and General Manager of Amazing 102.5 FM, leading programs such as the Amanda Sapp Morning Show, Tech Savvy Seniors Houston, and Youth in Action. Through her platform Amplify with Amanda Sapp, she produces content that informs and inspires audiences. Amanda also serves as communications chair for the NAACP Houston branch, supporting community engagement and mentorship initiatives. Amanda Sapp, thank you so much.
Grand Rising. Oh my gosh, we are out here dressed, we're looking lovely. If I speak to you, I would love for you to speak to me back. Grand Rising. Okay, I see some familiar faces here, and I'm so glad that all of you have joined us today. Again, my name is Amanda Sapp with ASAP Media Group, and today we're going to learn and love and support one another. And the first thing I want to do is bring up an introduction and an agenda review by Nikki Ogobo. She is a PharmD, PH of Texas Southern University. She's a research assistant professor and senior program manager in health services and community engagement, again at Texas Southern University. She earned her Doctor of Pharmacy from the University of Minnesota and completed a pharmacy residency at the Michael E. DeBakey VA Medical Center. She also holds a Master of Public Health from the University of North Texas Health Science Center. With over 17 years of experience in pharmacy practice, including work in retail and hospital settings, Dr. Obo contributes to research, program development, and health education initiatives supporting clinical and community-based programs. We can give her a round of applause.
Thank you, Amanda, for that warm introduction. How is everyone doing? Hello? So I want to appreciate, first of all, everybody. Can you just give yourselves a round of applause for making it here this Saturday morning? Many of us would have been on our beds, right, or something, or going out for a nice jog or something. So we really want to appreciate you. And that talks about your intentionality and how important you feel like this subject is, which it is. So I have the pleasure to speak about the agenda or give us a run-through about what is going to take place today. Dr. Ajewole Moema, thank you for the privilege to be able to run this. Thank you, Dr. Poon, for allowing me. This is usually your forte, so thank you. All right. So without further ado, I'm just going to run through this. So after me comes the opening prayer, and then we're going to go ahead with the welcome address by our esteemed Dr. Olaleye. Then we're going to have the first speaker session, then a break just to let us cool down and engage with our vendors at the back there. Then we're also going to have a panel discussion, the first one, on clinical research infrastructure at TSU, followed by the second speaker session, and then a live performance by our TSU debate team. Now, if you are familiar with our events, our TSU debate team is pretty much world recognized. They have been to as far as Asia, and they have won pretty cool tournaments. After that, we have a lunch break that will take place out here on my right. And then also, when it comes to the lunch break, just FYI, there are 3 rooms where the lunch will take place, 204, 403, and 404, as well as the patio section. Please look out for some ladies at the back here who can help direct you to where lunch would be and where you would now sit down and eat lunch. Panel discussion, the second one takes place, and that is just talking about beyond Tuskegee and what the community should know. We're going to move on to advocating for health advancement and the proclamation. Then we're also going to have, of course, some institutional greetings, followed by what you call an edutainment and live spoken word by a wordsmith, who is also a doctor and does quite a number of other things. So we're privileged to have him here with us. Thank you, Dr. Simpson. We appreciate you. Yes, sir. And then, of course, we're going to have a break followed by the third panel discussion, and then closing remarks by our esteemed Dr. Ajewole. And then, of course, there'll be a closeout, and feel free to engage with our vendors. Now, also another vote of thanks. I've thanked you, our community members, for joining us. We want to give a special thanks, a special shout out to Harris County Precinct 4, They are the ones that have this building, and they opened up their doors to make this possible, help with the organizations and everything related to this event. So we couldn't have done that without them. We do thank them. We want to also thank our esteemed partners, UTMB, in the name of the Greater Gulf Coast Consortium, for also partnering with us. MD Anderson, thank you. Genentech, we thank you. Our Heart program, we thank you. CBMHR, we thank you. Our Breast Cancer Screening and Prevention Center, we thank you. We also thank our Gulf Coast Consortium Reach, Baylor College of Medicine, we do thank you. MH Reach, we thank you as well. All right, just one more thing from me. For on-site attendees, your folders, for those who have theirs on their seats, please avail yourself and familiarize yourselves with it. Included in there is a note card for questions you might have. You can feel free to pass it to me or to any of the people who are going to be standing up to receive your questions. Also, you have a QR code there that we would really love you to complete, to fill out our surveys. The surveys tell us how we're doing, what we can do better, and what you would like to hear about from us next time. So please feel free, and also fill out the survey qualifies you to be randomly selected to receive a $15 gift card. Keyword is fill out the survey. And when you fill out the survey, for those who are filling out the paper surveys, you're going to hand it out to the registration desk outside where you came in through, and you're going to be asked to fill out a gift card form. Please, the gift card form does not mean you have received the gift card. It's just us working in advance to bypass that process for when we are sending out the gift cards to the 50 people who have been randomly selected. And of course, to our online participants, we do appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. You can also post your questions on the Q&A box. The link will also be provided to you. And also, you also get a chance to also be involved in that as well. For our community health workers, you have the privilege to get them 6 hours of unaccredited community CE credits for you this year, this event. Please give us 2 weeks to get your certification from us, as well as even those who want to receive a gift card, who will be receiving a gift card. Give us 2 weeks as well to process all of that. We are streaming live, of course, on Facebook and YouTube, and we invite you to share those links as well and stay connected by following us on social media and subscribe to our mailing list and text platform. Hello? That was a trick question. Hello? It's just 9-something. All right. So now I have the privilege to welcome, for opening prayers, Pastor Kola Olaleye. He's a leadership coach. He's a speaker and a business professional with experience across engineering, operations, sales, and marketing. He holds an executive MBA in global leadership from the University of Houston and has led high-performing teams at organizations including Hilton North America and Emerson Automation. He is the founder of Equip to Lead, a program focused on leadership development and professional growth. His work centers on coaching individuals and organizations to strengthen leadership skills, improve performance, and achieve strategic goals through practical, results-driven approaches. And I'm also privileged to say he's also my pastor. So without further ado, Pastor Kola, can you give me a round of applause? Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Let's pray. Do you mind just standing up and let's just bow our heads and pray? Hallelujah. Heavenly Father, we thank you. Just bow your heads with me. Father, we thank you for this day. We appreciate the life you've given us and this opportunity here today. We thank you for this 5th annual Clinical Research and Engagement Conference that has been meticulously put together by TSU and the dedicated community engagement team. Father, we pray that you heal us of every old wound from the pain of a past when it comes to clinical trials, and give us the courage to overcome our fears and limitations and concerns, and help us take part in what can be accomplished through the power of science. Our Father, we acknowledge that divine wisdom used by man to make life better through science comes from you. And though many people have misused this and perverted this in the past, but however, we choose not to remain bound, Lord, by the pains of our past, but to take bold steps into creating a better future. So I ask that you help everyone here, help us, all of us as a community, to embrace this opportunity, not only to improve our current world as it is today, but also to help shape a better future for our children and generation coming after us. Give us as a community the courage to play a part so that together we may support efforts that bring meaningful and lasting impact. We also ask that these clinical trials would yield great success with safety, integrity, and positive outcomes for those involved and for the community at large. And Lord God, we pray that this meeting today will serve as a launching platform for fresh initiatives that will produce novel, lasting, and transformative health outcomes in our community. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Before I do and host an event, I always have a small demonstration. Are you okay? It's simple. It's okay if I do this. Okay. And with that lovely prayer, I felt compelled to do this. So with my demonstration, it is inviting love into yourself and out to the rest of the room. And it's physical. I am open and willing to receive and to give love. I feel that with what we are doing here, the mastery that you all have come up together with and collectively, and this amazing opportunity that we have to share. I think this is 5 years. Oh man, this is incredible. So first of all, before we even get back into inviting ourselves to open and receive and to give love, give yourselves a round of applause for continuing 5 years of this. It's quite an accomplishment, truly. So you can stand. We're all here to have a good time. We've got vendors, we've got people, attendees, we've got astute members in front of us. You can stand if you will, please. I see you. Yes, please. Okay, and so again, I am open and willing to receive. You will repeat after me. I am open and willing to receive and to give love. So your hands are out. Y'all know you got a little bit of space, but I am open and willing to receive and to give love. Where is our photographer when you need it? One more time. I am open and willing to receive and to give love. Last time, okay, we're going to invite this into the space because we believe in what we're doing. We've been doing it for 5 years. I am open and willing to receive and to give love. Okay, give yourselves a round of applause and have a seat. All right, we're going to get a welcome address by Esther Olele. She has PhD, and she is with Texas Southern University as well. Let me go to my slide. Okay, let me introduce her. She is a professor of pharmacology and the Senior Associate Vice President for Research and Innovation at Texas Southern University. Her formal training is pharmacology and epidemiology. You can correct me when you get back up here. Was at Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine and Howard University. Her research experience spans over 20 years in pharmacology and epidemiology, where she was involved in research programs focused on diseases prevalent in our area. She is the principal investigator of the RCMI-funded Center for Biomedical and Health Research at TSU. We are excited to have Dr. Olele share TSU's commitment to the community. Now, I need y'all to give her a round of applause like she is coming to give us a welcome like none other.
Thank you, Amanda, for that kind introduction. Wow, Dr. Ajole, it's been 5 years. It's been 5 years, and we just feel super blessed, honestly, and there's no way I can start this speech without really giving God all the glory. Not because the pastor's here, but I also want to thank God for Dr. Randall Auburn. Dr. Auburn, do you mind if you stand, please? Please. He's so humble. And there's no way our university, Texas Southern University, would ever even attempt to build this type of clinical trial or clinical research infrastructure without the type of partnership and mentoring we've received from the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston. So we feel super blessed. And I'll say it here, they did it without us paying them a dime. For years, meeting with our team, and not only that, training our clinical research staff at the University of Texas. And I looked at Mark, because Mark is our first research capacity in clinical trial. Give it up for Mark. Today, I come with greetings from our president, James Crawford III, our vice president for research, Michelle John, as well as our provost, Dr. Goodman. We would never have reached this great milestone today without the support of great leadership at TSU. I'm very impressed about the mix of folks we have in the team. We have the community members, we have our scientists, our healthcare providers, our clinical research folks, and our sponsors in the room. It's such a blessing, and it takes great leadership to be able to pull this type of people together. And I would like to recognize Dr. Ajewole for leading this charge for the university. Stand up, Dr. Ajewole. And a big thank you to her husband for his support. And it takes a lot to build trust in a community. And I feel so blessed and inspired when I heard the federal government make this statement. I believe it was in 2024. They said Texas Southern University is really doing what other people are just talking about. But it takes trust, a foundation of trust with our community to be able to do all the things we're doing. It takes strategic partnerships. It takes really listening to the community. We're not just preaching clinical trial to the community or clinical research, but we had to start with really rebuilding trust, because we sit next to the largest medical center in the whole country. And we decided that not under our watch, we would not watch our community and their health outcomes keep going in the negative direction. And so we feel so blessed as an institution to be a strategic liaison and a community partner, a community builder. We're builders, and we build sustainable structures. We're not just doing things to get our scholarly checkbox. We have publications and grants and things like that. No, we truly care about our community. And we truly appreciate Precinct 4 and our commissioner for really giving us this opportunity to come out here. We said we're not going to keep this at the university anymore. Now we're going to be going out to the different communities. So in addition to Harris County and the greater Houston area, we feel so blessed to be able to keep going around and expand and broaden our reach. We want to ensure that the breakthroughs that come out of our labs, that come out of our communities, we want to make sure that it truly impacts the communities we're dedicated to serve. Texas Southern University, in case you don't know, is a historically black college and university, one of the largest ones in the country, serving over close to 9,000 students. And we know and we believe that part of our mission and burden is to truly transform the health care, the health of our communities. So we do not take this for granted. We do not take our partnerships for granted. I want you to enjoy this conference. I want you to ask the difficult questions. I want you to really, how do we have access? How do we increase representation of clinical trials? How do we do that? And we need to celebrate 5 years of greatness with being an under-resourced institution, being able to make so much out of little. I feel super blessed to be part of this great team of CBMHR staff. Give it up for yourselves. All the staff from the Center for Biomedical Research, as well as, more importantly, why we're here today, Dr. Ajewole, Dr. Poon, the team, creating this big clinical, I can never remember its name, clinical, tell me, center. Let me tell you, folks, to date, we've built 20 different research infrastructures at TSU related to biomedical research. And what we've done with every funding, we go out and build sustainable structures that will outlast the funding and outlast us as well. So they've built this great center for clinical research, and we've increased capacity. We could not do that with institutional commitment, deliberate institutional commitment, getting the right staff, our community health workers, community research, clinical research coordinators, our faculty, our staff, and even our students in the room. Give it up for yourselves. Come on now. Our students are going all over the place. With the leadership of Dr. Poon and Dr. Ajewale, our students are going all over Texas, winning awards and showcasing what this university is doing to transform the country and the region. Lastly, I'd like to leave you with a few things happening at the university because my time is up. First, I would like to remind everybody, in the 98-year history of our university, this is the first time that we would be designated as being a clinical trial site. Give it up for Dr. Ajewale's team and Dr. Auburn's team for helping us achieve that. Last fall, when the government was, cutting off a lot of funds, we were super, super blessed to receive funding from the NIH, $21 million, to continue to transform our communities, but more importantly, expand beyond our basic biomedical research into clinical research as well as social behavioral sciences. Also, to nail this down, with partnership with Dr. Auburn's team at UTMB and Dr. Rashid Mosavin's leadership, our former dean, we were able to UTMB received $29 million to build this big alliance of 4 institutions to truly transform the region and hopefully the nation and create a new model for how we engage our community, how we train the workforce, how we increase the pipeline. And lastly, Texas Southern University is building a $30 million facility for health and wellness where we will treat our community. So we're not only relying on the medical center, but now we are bringing care to our community. And also, of course, with our health mobile van, we'll be able to make a change. So thank you all. Enjoy the conference. And please, please continue the great work to the entire team. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amanda.
Thank you. Are we still open? Awesome, awesome. Let me get this together over here. Excuse me. And we're going to get ready for our first speakers session. Who's ready for that? I said who's ready for that? It's testing. Listen, we're going to have fun today, and we're going to be excited about what we're doing. We're already here. We might as well enjoy it. In our first speaker sessions, we're going to bring up Veronica Ajewale Mwema. She is going to highlight of TSU Center for Clinical Research and Translational Sciences, but I want to introduce who she is first, if that's okay. She serves as a professor of pharmacy practice and assistant VP for clinical translational research and community engagement at TSU. She is a board-certified oncology pharmacist with clinical practice in oral chemotherapy at Houston Methodist Hospital Cancer Center, where she also serves as an adjunct assistant professor of oncology. She received her PharmD from TSU and completed her oncology pharmacy residency at Houston Methodist Hospital. She is the founding director of the NIH-funded Community Engagement Core of TSU's Center for Biomedical and Health Research and TSU's Institute for Health Empowerment, Advancement, Research, and Training. Dr. Ajewale Mwema is the convener of this conference. We are excited to have her present on health empowerment programs at TSU. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Amanda. It's always good to see you. Thank you, everybody, and good morning. How are we all doing today? Please give a round of applause to God and to God alone. Whenever that bio is read, I'm like, okay, I diminish in every sense of it, and I give God all the glory, because without him, none of this will be here. And I'm very, very intentional about saying that. Thank you all for joining us this morning. Like Dr. Ogbo said, you all could have been walking your dog or staying in bed, right? Or doing whatever fun thing you would have loved to do. But we are very grateful that you chose to be with us this morning. And I want to say a big thank you to all the speakers, to all the panelists, and, to everyone that will be engaging with us this morning. My duty here is brief. It is to talk about the work that we do here at Texas Southern University. And I will start off by highlighting the Center for Biomedical and Health Research that we have established at TSU. The person that spoke ahead of me, that is my mentor, my catalyst. My God-sent mentor, Dr. Esther Olaleye. I am extremely grateful to God for you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your leadership. I am just grateful to yourself, Dr. J, to the entire leadership of CBMHR, and to the entire leadership of Texas Southern University as well. Under the CBMHR, we have the privilege to establish the Community Engagement Core that has 3 major aims. One of which is to identify and address the health needs of the community. Secondly, for us to increase research participation, which is why we are here today. And then to ensure that we are giving information back to the community in a manner that the community will understand and in a manner that the community will embrace. We've had the privilege to do this over the past many years, since December 2022 to be specific. This is an highlight of our impact. I want to take a 2-second pause for you all to just read what I have on the slide. Think about what God has done and what has happened these past 5 years. And none of this would have happened without each and every one of you. So please give yourselves a round of applause for supporting, for showing up, for being part of what we've been able to do together collectively here at TSU. And most recently, Texas Southern University attained the Carnegie designation as a community-engaged institution. This is even pushing the institution, the university, further beyond just our local impact, but positioning us for national and global impact. If you ask me how or why is community engagement able to engage meaningfully in this manner? We do this by networking very intentionally with FQHCs, community-based organizations, faith-based organizations, community health workers, surveys, listening, and making sure that we have an opportunity to always go back and implement what the community is telling us. One of the things that we do is now looking at clinical research awareness, participation, and retention. And if I could, kind of have a quick flashback of, when we started this, right? This is the 5th of its kind. When we started this particular conference in 2021, during COVID, we were all, on Zoom. And fast forward from that time till now, I could not even have imagined that everything that has happened will come to pass. But as we started out being intentional in educating the community members, we had this real privilege to come in contact with UTMB under the leadership of Dr. Randall Alban. And I'm very grateful for you, Dr. Alban. Please help me to appreciate Dr. Alban, everyone. Dr. Alban and his amazing team came together, locked arms with us at Texas Southern University, and said, yes, UTMB is clinical research proficient, but Texas Southern University is clinical research naive. So that's like a marriage, right? Win-win, right? Let's do it together. And we're like, okay, let us co-create listening to the community an innovative community-focused clinical research program. And when we did that, the first thing that we did was to establish a clinical research registry that moves Texas Southern University beyond just listening to the community or educating the community, but now allowing us to be able to open access to community members to participate in clinical research. We were able to successfully launch this clinical research registry in May of 2025. You guys are going to hear a little bit more about that, all the processes that our IRB went through. We have representation from TSG IRB here. We have Mark Ibarra, who is our first clinical research coordinator, is now a manager, helping us to synthesize and pull all these things together. All of that process, we have a panel session that would highlight that soon. But what I'm excited to share is that between May 2025, it's about a year, more than 300 community members have indicated interest in participating in clinical research. Who would have believed that? Not only that, 150 of these individuals are fully consented and now ready to participate in different types of clinical research. And of course, I don't do this alone. I have the privilege to work with amazing individuals, Dr. Lale, Dr. Poon, Mark Ibarra, Akila, Dr. Alban, Liz, and many, many other people. Not only that, we also have our community advisory board. Our community advisory board, you see their faces here, they keep me honest. They keep me, okay, keep me in check. All right, what do we want to do? We make sure that the voice of the community is represented in everything that we do. Not only did we launch the clinical research registry, we are also very delighted to share that recently, under the leadership of Dr. Poon and Dr. Krishay Tyler, you're going to hear from them soon as well, Texas Southern University has now launched its first clinical research on clinicaltrials.gov. Please, a round of applause for that. Our great Texas Southern is on its way to bling 100 years. Next year, TSU is going to clock 100. And now, for the very first time, I consider this to be an historic accomplishment that TSU is now officially registered in clinicaltrials.gov. All of that would not have happened without the foundation, without the groundwork, without you guys completing the survey, without you guys attending our community engagement studios, attending our focus groups, giving us feedback, showing up. Because if we have an event and you all don't show up, then, we might as well not have an event at all. So this is all testament to the fact that there is a need and that we are positioned to meet that need. Not only that, we are currently working on another project that I have the privilege to lead. This is called MHRX, where we're looking at hypertensive disorders among pregnant women. So there is a whole lot in the pipeline, and you'll be hearing a little bit more about these programs in upcoming sessions. I also want to highlight, the previous speakers ahead of me mentioned, the Greater Gulf Coast Translational Science Alliance, another major win for Texas Southern University under the leadership of Dr. Alban from UTMB. This is a big alliance from 4 institutions, UTMB, Houston Methodist Hospital, University of Houston Clear Lake, as well as Texas Southern University, that now again further positions us at TSU to continue to do the great work that we do. The next few slides, I'm going to highlight some of the additional work that we do beyond just education and clinical research. We also have the privilege to lead a breast cancer center at TSU, where we received funding from CPRIT. And under that center, we have provided mammogram at no cost to almost 2,000 women in this time span. And we are just very grateful to be able to do that. Not only that, we also have the privilege to have our own mobile unit. TSU has its own mobile unit. This mobile unit has the capacity to serve 4,000 individuals minimum every year. We need something, though, and I need you guys to support, in this area. Pray with us. If you know of any, donors, sponsors, any individual that will help us mobilize this mobile unit to get it out of the storage and get it on the street to provide the service. This mobile unit, I did not design this mobile unit to live in the storage, okay? So let us bring all that resources in so that this unit will do what it was actually designed to do. And I know one day soon, I will be excited to share that we are going to do ribbon cutting on these units by the grace of God. All the works that we have the privilege to do, we cover everything under the umbrella of IACT, meaning that we are, together transforming our community, working together with our students, our staffs, and most importantly, each and every one of you, the community member. Before I leave, I have a question. Why are we here this morning? Take a second or two to think. Why are we here this morning? The graph that you see on my slide here is one of my publications around clinical research, and I pushed out this publication in 2021. My practice is in oral chemotherapy, and in me working with patients, I saw that, well, several patients that I'm supporting on their medications, these medications were not studied in them. So then I did a 10-year review only to find out that the little bars, the green smallest bar, those are African American population. And these are diseases that impact this community the most. So that is why we are here, to have this conversation, to say, what can we do differently to move this needle in the right direction? I know history happened, but Pastor Kola prayed a really beautiful prayer that God will give us boldness and courage to look beyond the past and propel us into the future to help that this graph will not remain this way in 5, 10 years, and even into the future. So again, in me asking that question, again, why are we here? We are here to increase awareness in clinical research, to build trust, and to empower the community members to participate in clinical research. And lastly, I would not leave this stage this morning without thanking my amazing team. Please, team members, rise up for recognition. Rise up wherever you are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Some of them are all the way in the back in different places. Thank you all so much. And you know, some of you might not know, I am a TSU alum myself, and I have had the privilege to work with faculty and staff who were my instructors, but now they've turned to colleagues, mentors, and collaborators. I am very grateful for them. To the leadership and administration of CBMHR, of our college, of the Division for Research Innovation, and of the entire Texas Southern University, I am grateful. To all our collaborators, sponsors, partners, stakeholders, everyone everywhere, I am very grateful. And to my personal support system. You all know, if you've been with me for some time, I'm taking a minute to appreciate my husband, one and only, Andrew Mwema. Thank you so much for your love. I am very grateful. Did you all see me looking nice this morning? This man bought this for me from Kenya, okay? If y'all are wondering, this is straight out from Kenya, and I am very grateful. Thank you for your love. Thank you for your support. And with that, I will turn it back to the MC. Thank you all. Have a wonderful morning. Thank you, everybody.
Y'all, Dr. Veronica believes this. You can tell. You know, she's excited about what she's doing. And I'm proud to be a part of it. I know you all are too. In this continued speaker session, which is our first session here, I'm going to bring someone up to speak on commitment to health advancement efforts by pharmaceutical industry. Dawn Brown, PhD, and I'll introduce a little bit more about her. She is a pediatric oncologist and physician scientist at Texas Children's Hospital and Baylor College of Medicine. Her research focuses on refractory hematologic malignancies. Please help me with this word. Okay, that word. And developing cell and gene therapies that harness the immune system to treat cancer. She leads investigator-initiated clinical trials and translational research programs advancing early phase immunotherapy studies. Dr. Roos has served as a project leader on major national research initiatives and is medical director of the commercial CAR T-cell program at Texas Children's Hospital. She is principal investigator of the NIH-funded BCM TSU Collaborative Union for Cancer Research Education and Research program. Please welcome her to this stage.
Good morning, everyone. I'm so glad to be here and see so many familiar faces and see all you wonderful folks from the community. I am going to talk about the phases of clinical trials and what you need to know. So this is a really important topic. I am a clinical trialist, I'm a physician scientist, and I spend most of my time leading clinical trials that are often first in human, the first time they may have been tested, working on things in the laboratory and bringing them to the clinic. And while my particular interest and my particular expertise is in trying to use the body's immune system to target and kill cancer, so we're creating things in the lab, putting new genes into immune system cells and then bringing them to the clinic, you can imagine that it can be quite challenging for many to understand, how do you actually test this? What are the phases of research you have to go to? This sounds really complicated. I also lead our clinical research operations for our Center for Cell and Gene Therapy, and I have been on the Institutional Review Board, or the IRB, like Dr. Ajawole mentioned, for some period of time. Most importantly, I am a Black woman from Houston. I grew up in Houston. I grew up around a family who would often say, we have to be careful. There are historical things that have happened that make us a bit more mistrusting than others, but it's important to arm yourselves with the knowledge. So I bring all of that into this short discussion today. So why do we actually conduct clinical trials? I think all of us are aware that the purpose is to add medical knowledge to the treatment, diagnosis, and prevention of diseases. There are lots of types of clinical trials. We often will think of the classic clinical trial where you may be testing a drug or a medication, and that's a treatment clinical trial. But there are also prevention clinical trials where there may be an intervention looking at a lifestyle change or looking at prophylaxis. You may be enrolled on a clinical trial, particularly in the community, where it looks at exercise versus not exercise, or doing a specific prescription for a certain type of healthy food you get from a food pharmacy versus something that is looking at sedentary lifestyles. There are screening and diagnostic clinical trials looking at new, often less complex, less interventional ways to test disease. And there are also clinical trials that focus on quality of life and supportive care. Epidemiological, during the COVID pandemic, everyone kind of got crash courses in epidemiology, but looking at frequencies and patterns and causes of health conditions. And then there are genetic studies that explore the roles of genes in disease. So a little bit of trivia. How many different phases of a clinical trial are there? What do y'all think? I see lots of, okay. 4, excellent, this is correct. So most people will often say there are 3 phases because we really are focused, even within academia, even people who lead clinical trials will say there's 3 main phases because we often don't think about that 4th phase. But we're gonna go through them and just give you all a reminder. Okay, so the phases of a clinical trial, there are 4, but I always like to include the fact that there is a phase 0 before phase 1, where there is a lot of time and effort, manpower and work and study that goes into preclinical information, building up the information that you will need to conduct a phase 1 trial. So this is often lab-based. For example, if I look at some of the clinical trials that I lead, we work for years and years in the laboratory testing, trying to put these new genes into immune cells and testing them in dishes, and then we test them often in mice or small animals very ethically. And only when we have enough clear information that there is a potential benefit and that benefit appears to outweigh the risks are we able to go to the Food and Drug Administration, go to the IRB and to our regulatory agencies and get granted permission to test in a phase 1 trial. So phase 1 are typically smaller trials. They usually have no more than 100 people. So sometimes it could be 10 people, sometimes it could be 8 people. And the most important things is trying to look at safety. It's assessing the effect on humans. Humans are not large mice. I have to remind people that all the time, because in the laboratory there are lots of things that you do that I have to say that is never going to be acceptable in a human, right? And so we're looking at the safety, and these are small studies. Phase 2 is safety and dosing. So these are larger studies where you already have a signal that this is something that appears to be safe, and now you want to test in a larger population to see if you can identify benefit, and importantly, to also look at dosing, okay? These are often dose escalation trials. Phase 1 studies can also be dose escalation trials, and you're looking at safety, but you're finally saying, let's look at the actual efficacy. Phase 3 trials, these are the ones that people are often most familiar with. These are usually large. They often are multi-center, where you may have a site at UTMB, at one of TSU's sites, at Baylor College of Medicine, at Methodist, et cetera. And these are often what we call randomized, which we'll talk a little bit about. They often are blinded, which we'll talk a little bit about. And this is kind of the gold standard clinical trial that most people hear about, especially when it comes to a new medication or treatment or device. Lastly, you have phase 4. And so phase 4 are typically studies that are run by sponsors or pharmaceutical companies, and this is looking at post-approval surveillance. So once a therapy, a treatment, a drug actually gets approved by the regulatory agencies in the United States, it's the Food and Drug Administration, you don't just stop there. You need to look and continue to monitor the long-term effects that may not have been able to be borne out to full fruition in a phase 3 trial that lasted 3 or 4 years. And these can also be in multiple countries. And so your take-home points, phase 1, is it safe? Is it tolerated? If it's safe, but it's a drug that I'm doing in kids, I'm a pediatric cancer doctor, if safe, but the kid is throwing it up every single day and I can't really measure how their body is metabolizing it, is it that feasible? Is it that tolerable? So even though you may see a safety signal, you might decide this is not a feasible therapy. This is not a tolerable therapy. So we need to go back to our pharmaceutical colleagues and work on how we can put it in a formation that is more tolerable. Phase 2, think of, okay, we identified that it appears to be safe. Does it actually work, and is it still safe? One thing I want to highlight is safety is a part of every single phase of clinical trials. You never just ignore it. And if you identify a change in the safety profile of something that you are testing, regardless of what it is, you have very predefined stopping rules that say you have to reassess. So I want all of you to know this. This is all required before you even start a clinical trial. You have huge groups of people in regulatory agencies who help you define this is what is considered unacceptable. If this side effect happens in this many people, this is a problem. If an unintended side effect that you did not anticipate happens, it's a problem. But you want to see, are there actual benefits, and do the benefits continue to outweigh the risks? For phase 3, you think about how does it compare to standard treatments, right? These are why these are often randomized trials where you have the standard of care treatment for diabetes, hypertension, et cetera. And then you have something that appears that it will potentially be beneficial, will not cause more risk, may have a better outcome, and you test them head to head. And again, these are often randomized, blinded, in multiple centers, and we'll talk a bit more about that. So what is randomization? Often when people say it's a randomized trial, it is not unusual, and it is understandable for people to say, wait a minute, so you're gonna flip a coin and figure out what that doesn't make any sense. But randomization does typically happen by a computer. It's not me being like, you know what, she looks like arm A. She looks like arm A to me. And Dr. Hunter, he's definitely an arm B. That's not how it works. But what's important is that there are very strictly defined eligibility and inclusion and exclusion criteria to make sure that it would be appropriate for you to be randomized. We would not randomize people to a treatment that is known to be inferior, period. There has to be the potential of benefit. There has to be a clear evidence from prior studies that there does not appear to be increased risk. But what this does is it allows us to compare head to head, and it reduces bias. So you have a control group that receives a standard therapy, or sometimes it may be multiple standard therapies, and then you have the investigational group that receives a new treatment. Blinding in clinical trials is actually really important too, and it can be single blind, meaning the participant is the only one who is unaware. It can be double blind, meaning both the participant and the researcher does not know. It can be triple blind, quadruple blind, where no one knows. Now, what's really important to know, I remember during COVID, all my pediatrician friends were trying to figure out in these double-blinded studies whether their child got the COVID vaccine or not. And they were like, he cried for 16 minutes, and in my experience, that couldn't have been placebo because he cried for too long. And it was very interesting. And the purpose of that is to reduce the likelihood of bias. It improves the data reliability and the objective results, and this is a really important aspect. So a few clinical trial pearls that I'll leave you with. What phase of a trial would a first-in-human trial be? What do y'all think? 1, yes, first in human is phase 1. Just because it's first in human does not mean it's first in anyone, okay? And then what phase of a trial will a multi-center, double-blinded, randomized controlled trial? This is like the gold standard. 3, lots of fancy words. 3, which phase of a clinical trial would be most likely to measure pharmacokinetics or pharmacodynamics, meaning how the drug affects the body, how it's metabolized? I see some 2s. You certainly can do that in 2. You can also do that in 1. And so this is a lot of, so it's not that you stop it when you get to phase 2. And in phase 1, you may not be able to fully appreciate, but we often are doing these. Can healthy volunteers participate in phase 1 trials? What do y'all think? Yes, absolutely. Can people with medical conditions participate in clinical trials? Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Sometimes people will think it's inappropriate if you have cancer or serious illness to participate, but that's absolutely not the case. And at the same time, there are trials designed for healthy volunteers. Do phase 3 clinical trials have to include a placebo or have to be blinded? And can you think of situations where it would be inappropriate not to? They don't have to, right? So if I'm doing a phase 3 clinical trial in a patient with cancer, is it appropriate to give them a placebo? Probably not, right? Especially when there's typically a standard of care. Do you have to conduct each phase one after the other chronologically, or can you think of a situation where you might not? There's a situation all of us begrudgingly lived through where it was a bit accelerated. COVID, right? So COVID was accelerated, right? Because it was a global pandemic, it was necessary. Does not mean that they cut corners or skipped steps. It means that it was able to get through without doing multiple phase 2 studies before doing phase 3. One other thing I just want to remind y'all quickly is there are multiple risk categories of clinical trials, so it's not just about the phase. It is important to know whether the research does not involve greater than minimal risk. Greater than minimal risk is when I walk out of here, I could trip and fall, and y'all will help me up. That's still considered minimal risk, okay? So it's the things that can happen to you in daily life. But it's important to know, is it greater than minimal risk, but does it provide a prospect of benefit or not? Is it not otherwise approvable unless it provides an opportunity to understand, prevent, treat serious conditions? So it's not just the phase that we consider on Institutional Review Board when we're reviewing these trials. It's, is it appropriate to study this, and what are the risk categories? Because this is very important to inform the potential participants, and I know y'all have a talk about informed consent. So I will close there. Thank you all so much. Thank you for having me. I've been here since the beginning at these, and I'm so proud of all of you, especially Dr. Ojawale, Dr. Olalaye, everyone. Thank you. I think we have a time for questions at the end, so just write them down on your handy little pad if you need to. Thank you.
Hey, we're still in our speaker session, our first session, and I am going to bring up to speak on phases of clinical research. Rain Rouse, MD. Okay, it was something. Okay, all right. The next is a speaker session. It is a Q&A. Moderator Rodney Hunter, PharmMD and BCOP at Texas Southern University. All right, and I'm going to introduce who he is as he comes up to the stage. Dr. Rodney Hunter is a clinical associate professor at Texas Southern University College of Pharmacy and Health Science and a clinical assistant professor at UT Health McGovern Medical School. He also serves as a clinical pharmacy specialist at UT Health Memorial Hermann Cancer Center. Dr. Hunter earned his Doctor of Pharmacy degree from Texas Southern University and completed an oncology fellowship at MD Anderson Cancer Center. A board-certified oncology pharmacist, he directs the T.L. Burks Breast Cancer Outreach Center and serves on advisory boards and supporting cancer screening and prevention. He is principal investigator of an artificial intelligence and machine learning consortium advancing cancer research. Please give it up for Dr. Rodney Hunter.
Yeah, could I have Dr. Adjoale Wime and Dr. Orain Rouse and Dr. Brown? Could you guys come to the stage?
Thank you.
No problem. I've done this a few times. You want to sit by me? So, so excellent. So definitely great presentations, and I'm looking forward to having this conversation that's very important about. Actually, go back. You want to go back to Dr. Brown? I'm going to introduce Dr. Brown. How about that? So welcome to the stage, Dr. Brown. Dr. Brown is a population science and health field medical director at Genentech, where she bridges clinical development and real-world patient outcomes. She leverages population-level data to inform medical strategies and improve patient care. Prior to this role, Dr. Brown spent 13 years as a scientist in oncology, providing clinical and health economic expertise to support research communications and collaborations with key opinion leaders. Her work advances the translation of scientific evidence into actionable medical strategies. Dr. Brown is based out of Houston, enjoys cooking, outdoor adventures, and family time. I'm with all of that. So welcome, Dr. Brown, to the stage. So I'm actually going to start with you, Dr. Brown. Dr. Adjoale Wime actually, she spoke about this to a certain extent, but I want you to elaborate on it and maybe bring into perspective Genentech's approach to this data that was presented on the U.S. population and their clinical trial representation.
First of all, thank you so much for having me. The insights that I've gained just from the speaking this morning has been wonderful. And I'm just so excited about the opportunities you all have to now engage in clinical trials more intentionally. We look for sites like this all the time, so I'm excited about what the future holds. So again, yes, I'm a director now in population science and health. And a few years ago, we realized that we had to be intentional in how we evolved. And that was based on the data that we were seeing. So Jess, you've seen some of the data from some of the presentations today, but more specifically, let's talk about something that made us shift. So the 2022 Census Bureau shared that in the US, there's 38% of the US residents that identify as a race that is not white. However, when you look at the past 25 years of clinical research, there's only about 4% of representation from patients that are not white. And then when you look at specific fields, so oncology, for instance, looking at who participates in the clinical trials, less than 5% is Black men, and you saw on the slide today with Dr. Adjoale, it's only about 2% of Black women. Then if you go further and you look at the genomic data, so this is the data that the scientists are using to create our treatments. 96% of that genomic data is of European ancestry. So as a company, when we look at that data, if we had a goal to ensure that we are personalizing healthcare, we can't do that because the individuals we live among is not represented in the data that we're using. And so we knew then that we had to evolve what we do. The core foundation of what we do now, we coin it as Advancing Inclusive Research, AIR. And the intention there is that if we put the patient at the center, identify what the true needs and gaps are, and follow the data, then we automatically have more representation and that we can be better partners in how we do things. And so right now, we just evolved in how we did clinical research. And I'm so excited to be part of Genentech because Genentech is the US company of a much larger company called Roche, which is a global company. And population health is not just a core principle and pillar of Genentech, but it is also a core pillar of our global company, Roche.
Thank you for that, Dr. Brown. Thank you for that, Dr. Brown. So I'll move to you, Dr. Adjorwale-Weme, and I want to talk about TSU Center for Clinical Research and Translational Sciences. Like you briefly talked about the why behind it, but I want you to elaborate on that, expound on that, and then tell us why specifically now.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Hunter. I think when we started out 5 years ago, all we could do was educate. And as part of the survey, which we still do have in our survey currently, we ask participants what is their level of openness to participating in clinical research. And that data has been convincingly increasing every time, year to year. So we've seen that, okay, there is that trend towards, the population that Dr. Brown highlighted, who are the most people that attend this type of events that we put together, that there is the willingness. So then I asked myself, how do we translate that willingness to action? Along that path, we had an opportunity led by Dr. Ofili at Morehouse School of Medicine under a mechanism called EQB Med. That was where we received our pilot funding. And I'm very grateful for the leadership of Dr. Esther Olale and the entire CBMHR. They wrote, because it was a competitive a pilot award, so they were able to write us, to say, okay, yes, let TSU be part of this first wave of consideration. And that EQB Med is funded by Pharmaceutical Foundation, so Pharma Foundation. So like the data that Dr. Brown shared, right, like the pharmaceutical industry, they're also looking at that data to say, okay, what do we need to do differently? So EQB Med wanted to establish non-traditional approach to clinical research participation. So in essence, it was a prime time opportunity to say, yes, there is awareness, there is the need, and God made the funding available, and we just jumped on the wagon. I said, okay, let's do it. So fast forward, we got the EQB Med funding about 2 years ago, and we are here today. And we are just very grateful for every step along the way.
Hit the ground running. Hit the ground running. Dr. Rain Rouse, how you doing today? She's
Very well.
Yes. So
I apologize for I'm on call, so I have my.
Yeah, she might have to run out of here at any minute now. Okay. So I want to ask you about clinical trials. You went over, you gave an overview of the 4 phases plus 1 with preclinical of clinical trials. So talking about those clinical trials, all 4 of them, which one should I join into? Which one should I be involved with?
This is such an excellent question. People will often ask, I heard about this trial, but what phase is it? Is it appropriate for me? And what I always tell people is there are so many different types of clinical trials, and it's really important to ensure that you meet the eligibility criteria. There are trials that will not be appropriate for you. If it's a trial for a serious illness that you do not have, or a serious illness that you do have, but there are exclusion criteria specifically for certain conditions, that's usually based on prior safety data that would indicate that it's not appropriate for you to potentially be on that trial. One thing that's really important, though, is there are lots of trials for healthy individuals. You may see at the tables back here trials that you could join that are looking at interventions that are trying to understand whether they could be beneficial. It's a really important discussion to have with whoever is offering you the clinical trial, but also with your trusted loved ones, your primary care provider. I'm a pediatrician, so we know we got to talk to both grandmas. We got to talk to the kindergarten teacher, the nanny. It's a family affair, right? But I encourage people before I offer them a clinical trial, is there anyone else that you really would like to be here, or you would like for us to FaceTime that could help you in making this decision? One thing I always tell people, as a cancer doctor, if you feel pressured, rushed, on the spot, if it's not an opportunity for you to think about it for a few hours, for a day or two, for a week, then it's probably not the clinical trial for you. Clinical trials are not typically emergent, okay? By definition, if someone is saying, but we got to do it today, and you don't feel right about that, that's probably not the trial for you, and you probably can also give some helpful feedback about the fact that studies clearly show that people like to marinate on the information. I am straight up with everyone that I talk to, and I talk to them about historical things that are happening and all the safeguards in place to ensure that they never happen again, because I grew up hearing about Tuskegee syphilis, about smallpox in certain communities. I grew up hearing about that. I knew people that had participated in those trials without appropriate informed consent. And so I think that's one thing that's really important is for us, as we offer clinical trials, to talk about things that people don't often talk about. No, we're not sharing your information with the government. I know that we said it's government funded. Let me explain what that means. Let me tell you how many people reviewed this clinical trial before we even came to you. Let me tell you that at any time, this is voluntary, period. At any time, if you decide you no longer want to participate for whatever reason, these are the mechanisms in place to let us know. If you don't feel comfortable letting me know, these are all the other numbers that you can call. So be empowered about that. Think about what is in it for you, or if something's not in it for you. We do a lot of clinical trials where I have to say, there will be no benefit for you specifically. However, this tissue bank repository where we're trying to sequence these tumors and better understand how we can look at targeted mutations to personalize medicine that are in people who are not in that large percentage of European ancestry. And full disclosure, people will say, that makes sense. I understand that. But it's important to understand if there will be benefit, potential benefit to you. It's important to understand if it is safety and dose finding. And of course, there's a possibility, but it's not expected. And sometimes that can be a challenging discussion to have, but you have to have that discussion. And there are lots of lists of questions you can ask, and we have some information on our table when thinking about participating in a clinical trial to help you navigate, like, is this the right clinical trial for me or for my family member?
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you for that. And that's actually a great segue to back to Dr. Brown, as she kind of referred to the Tuskegee syphilis experiment. And we always think about mistrust and that being the reason why people don't join into clinical trials that are minorities. But can you maybe talk about some organizational, like structural barriers that may exist that may cause patients not to be able to join clinical trials?
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Rouse has done an excellent job on the presentation here, breaking down what mistrust, the impact that mistrust can really have. And we all know that's a big factor, but there also are some structural factors that are deep in play that we try to put in tension once you understand them and filling that gap. And so the data basically shows that social determinants of health, they drive 80% of the outcomes of patients. So what does that mean? That means, you know, when we're looking at site location and capability, a lot of the trials traditionally where we put these, a lot of the sites we put these trials in do not really serve the underserved population. And so what do we have to do as a company? We had to build a program where we are now identifying new sites with new investigators, and then you have to help support training of that site and staff, not only to be a great clinical trialist, but also to understand how you work with the patients to ensure that they are included in the study and want to participate, right? Another is expectation barrier, like Dr. Rouse said. They make broad expectations. Some individuals make broad assumptions that certain populations don't want to participate in a trial. So what do? They just don't ask them because they're making this assumption. So again, a part of our process is ensuring that we say up front, if the patient is eligible, you have to at least invite them on the study, right? Ensure that they have the opportunity instead of you making the assumption. You know, there's logistical barriers, okay? We talked a lot about, we have to be clear that upfront costs, travel, transportation, childcare, being off of work, These things are huge friction points for patients to be able to even consider whether or not they want to participate. So what we're doing, we're working with compliant ways, because we're a pharmaceutical company, by which we can provide stipends up front or on-demand transportation. So we have to put intention behind this. And the last really big thing is health literacy. I mean, Dr. Ajawale and Dr. Rouse had mentioned certain things around this, but health literacy is not just a language barrier. It's understanding that if I have a baby here, the mother and the aunt and the grandmother wants to be part of this. If you have someone from a different culture, their grandmother or their parents may have to be the one to make that decision. We have to put intention behind what we're doing. So what we're doing is we're working with different community advocacy leaders in the community, individuals like Dr. Ajawale, to understand what their community needs and how we can overcome some of those cultural sensitivities that may impact the patient's engagement. You want to be able to engage them to the point that they want to be part of their health journey as well. And so we try to put intention behind those things and embed those in how we run clinical trials right now.
Yeah, outstanding, outstanding. This will move me back to Dr. Ajawale Women, but I want to kind of make this statement about the minority research and patients being involved with research that are minorities, and the fact that we all look around the room and we all look different to a certain extent physically from an appearance perspective, but what you don't also maybe think about is genetically what's inside of us, what are we made up of, that also is different, that also is not the same. However, the drugs and the medications that are given in these clinical trials is all one size fits all. So what you find when you're in clinical practice is that patients respond differently to medications, they metabolize medications differently, and it moves me to our point about the challenges when it comes to like setting up and standing up these clinical trials at Texas Southern University. Dr. Ajawale Women, how challenging, what were the barriers, what are the things that you had to go through to get us to this point that we're at now?
That's a great question. I think it's going to take me the entire day. But honestly, the main challenge was just laying the foundation. And I put it this way, when you are building a home or a structure, your foundation is different depending on how you want to build a 26-foot tall building or 26-floor building versus a 1-floor duplex. So in starting out, the real challenge was, how deep should our foundation be? To what extent should we anticipate? But honestly, what has helped and what helped and what continues to help us is our ability to listen intentionally to the community. And we had a series of community engagement studios. Krista and Kara, they will be sharing, the outcomes from those with us. That was really our guidance to say, okay, hey, community members, we have this opportunity to establish clinical trial center at TSU. How far should we go? Do you understand what I'm saying? Where do you want us to begin? And they were very clear on how, when, and where they wanted us to start. Not only that, another challenge is that we never had any infrastructure in place. We don't even have the personnel. I am trained as a clinical pharmacist, but not necessarily as a clinical research expert. And that is why I'm incredibly grateful to Dr. Alban and his team. We went to Galveston UTMB many, many times. Series of training, countless hours of meetings, planning. And I'm like, Dr. Alban, if I'm heading the wrong direction, please pull me back. Let me know. Am I too fast? Am I too slow? So it's the practicality of intelligent humility. Even for me right now, I tell Mark that all the time, right? That has been my most frequently used word these past few weeks. I'm like, I have to really work in being intelligent, but also staying humble to say, am I listening to my team? Am I listening to the community? Am I too fast? I tell my team all the time, you guys are my blind spot sensors. Right? Think about it. You are my rear view mirror, you are my side mirror, you are my blind spot sensor, so I need to be very attentive to all the signals so that as I have the privilege to lead the foundation laying, I am building with a lot of intentionality. And with that, it is extremely challenging. But I am glad that we've made it this far, and I'm very excited about the future. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for that. Thank you for that. So, I'm going to ask one more question to Dr. Rouse, then I think hopefully we can have at least maybe time for one or two questions in the audience. I saw a few people trying to get up and ask questions like during the presentations, but I want to ask Dr. Rouse, so do I get paid?
Great question. We all like to get paid, right? So one thing that's important is that there are very strict guidances and regulations appropriately about how you can be compensated for participation. You never want there to be the appearance or actuality that you are being paid, and that's the incentive to participate in research, especially if it is research that has potential for risk, and it's unclear if the benefit will outweigh the risk. However, just like Dr. Brown spoke about, there are clear guidances on giving you compensation for your time, whether that's if you participate in research where you're doing a focus group and trying to better understand a community engagement studio, that's participating in actual research. Whether it is you are coming to participate in a clinical trial for a serious medical condition and standard of care, you would come once a week. For the clinical trial, you have to come 3 times a week to get your blood drawn, to get checked out. Then the cost of transportation and parking and food and all of those things. And then there's the lost wages aspect. So most people, pharmaceutical companies are stepping up to the plate. Even in our academic clinical trials, when I get a grant for my clinical trial, I write into the budget to help offset the cost, especially for someone who comes from afar. So I would think of it more as a compensation for your time and for your efforts in certain clinical trials, or to help offset the additional costs that you otherwise would not be privy to, as opposed to being paid specifically to participate in it.
Sure. Thank you for that. And I think with that, organizers, could we, one question? Okay, Dr. Wolf says one question. So do we have one question from the audience? Does anybody? Yes, I thought so. Yes, ma'am.
Hold on, please. Sorry. Excuse me, ma'am.
What is the,
Yeah, we can hear you.
what is or was the age of the youngest child that you have done a clinical trial?
1 month, 2 months, but these are children that have serious conditions, right? So if you are a child who has leukemia, the most common blood cancer, and there are some babies that have it in the neonatal period shortly after they're born, it may be appropriate to enroll that child in a clinical trial that is specifically designed for a child that age, right? And you have to take into account, if it's a drug trial, the pharmacokinetics of it, how that baby, the delivery method of it, babies aren't taking capsules and swallowing them. So in the same way that there's not necessarily a lower age limit, if it's appropriate for the child, if the condition is appropriate, if the potential benefit outweighs the risk. Also, for people that are at the older end of the spectrum, right? There's a lot that goes into ensuring that people that are above a certain age still have access to clinical trials. And these should be conducted by experts who take care of those patients. You don't want me conducting a trial that's for somebody that's 87 years old. But my colleagues who take care of adult patients, if they see a 3-month-old, they're like, oh no, appropriately, right? And so it's all about the appropriateness of it. In general, though, you would not be conducting a clinical trial where you're trying to identify something in a child in someone who's 2 months old, because obviously the parent is giving consent, but it has to be for a specific indication or condition. And I just will point out again, parents are providing the consent for children and adolescents, and there are different rules based on the state at which age, but we do seek informed assent from a child, even as young as 6 or 7 years old, with the age-based understanding of what is going to happen, but it's still parental consent. I have to give one shout out to UTMB because I did all my training at UTMB, and I hope that you remember me from when I was a little baby medical student. So I'm so excited about the partnership with UTMB because it's an absolutely amazing place.
Thank you very much, Ms. Amanda Sapp. Thank you. Can we give a round of applause for our panelists? Thank you so much.
Okay, guys, we are going to take a 10-minute break. Can we give our panelists another round of applause? And I think they're going to take one group photo, if we can, before they get off. 5-minute break. Okay, while they're taking their photo, we have a 5-minute break. And speaking of photos, we want people to know that you were here. How do we story tell if there's no story to tell? So please take selfies, and you can hashtag CBMHR. Hashtag CBMHR. If you do, CBMHR. If you hashtag that, we will find you. So there's a 5-minute break, and there's a photo that you all are taking. So 5 minutes and come right back, okay?
I remember this young lady, she had just gotten vaccinated. She's African American, and she goes home and she talks to her grandmother. Grandma, you need to be vaccinated. Grandma says, absolutely not. I don't trust the healthcare system. I don't trust any of these people. I'm not going to get vaccinated. The young lady says, well, Mom, the lady who vaccinated me is African American. She says, well, in that case, take me, I want to get vaccinated. The message is important, but so is the messenger.
Data and science and study have shown that African American individuals are much less likely to be enrolled into a clinical trial. So the EQB Med initiative is going to address this major and critical problem in our community.
EQB Med initiative positions us at Texas Southern University to actually have access to innovative and breakthrough clinical studies. We do a lot of work to increase awareness about clinical research participation, but without an opportunity to actually open access for individuals to participate and to build trust in clinical trial process, we are very limited.
Pharmacy is a very important team in communication with the community. And we are not only have a PharmD program, we also have a PhD program. With that, we have more outreach to the community.
We are the #1 producers of African American pharmacists in the state of Texas. Pharmacists are a significant part of the healthcare team. They're able to immunize patients. They're able to help them in a variety of health settings per se.
TSU had the RCMI support back in 1980s, especially in terms of research infrastructure. So the student and scientists can conduct most cutting edge research, especially in the area of drug discovery and development.
In 2024, the College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences celebrated its existence of over 70 years. We lead a lot of initiatives advancing health equity, training community health workers, providing continuing education for community health workers as well as for our pharmacy and health administration students.
In this initiative, we are going to partner with UTMB, Yale University, and Morehouse School of Medicine. We will be able to gain more experience and resources and guidance on how to recruit for clinical trial and how to conduct clinical trials.
So this clinical research initiative under the EQB funding mechanism allows us not just to provide opportunities for clinical trial participation for community members, but it creates a platform for us to train the next generation of pharmacists that will be culturally competent, that will have an high level of awareness of engaging with community members to promote the concept of diversity and equal representation in clinical research participation.
Testing, 1, 2. We've only got 33 seconds to come back inside. We've got 33 seconds to come back inside. I know I asked y'all to take pictures, but not to do a photo shoot. Please come back inside. We've got 10 seconds. Photos, no pictures, no photo shoots. Come on, guys. We've got 10 seconds. No seconds left. Everyone should be inside. We're getting ready to start our next discussion. Come on, everybody. Let's make it happen. Let's stay on time today. 3 seconds. You know what I'm saying. When it's time, it's time.
It's 3 seconds. 2, 1.
2 and 1. And stay right here for me just a second. Guys, Dr. Veronica asked us earlier in this session or in this event, why are you here? She asked, don't tell us yet.
Not tell her?
You about to, though. She asked us all, why are you here? It's Saturday. You could be anywhere, except you chose to be here today. And were we in Cyprus? We are all the way in Cyprus. God dog it, we're going to enjoy it today. Okay? So I have this gentleman who has such good energy. I'm assuming that he was open and willing to receive love as he came to this event. And I don't know what that is.
This is the clinical trial.
Oh, I didn't see. Okay, wonderful. Oh, yes, come. So we're asking the question, why are you here? Sir, young man, I would like you to tell us, number one, your first name, if you'd like, and why are you here?
Well, my name's Yagil.
I'll hold it. I got the mic. Okay. They booked me for this today, and I want to make sure that I don't have your arm hurting from holding the mic. I got you covered, okay?
Okay.
All right.
So I'm Yagil. I'm from a company called FixNip, and we do nipple reconstruction for women after cancer. And I wanted for a long time to have in our clinical trials women from the community that are actually underprivileged, and the team is helping me. And we have a big fight with the FDA about it, but we want these women with us on the clinical trials.
That's a good reason to come to this event today. Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you for being here, and thank you for being open and willing to receive and to give love. Thank you. Guys, we're going to keep this session rolling because Dr. Veronica is going to be on my case if we do not stay on time. All right, we're going to go to our next panel discussion, and I'm going to read these person's bio, and they will come up as I read it, if that's okay. All right. I want to first bring up our moderator in this clinical research infrastructure. He's a clinical research infrastructure at TSU moderator. His name is Dr. Franklin Kaspa, PhD. He is a research consultant in the Division of Research and Innovation at Texas Southern University. He oversees key research oversight committees, including the IRB, IBC, and IACUC, ensuring compliance with federal, state, and institutional regulations. Dr. Kaspa has streamlined workflows, developed compliance training, and improved policies to support ethical research. He has contributed to federally funded initiatives in maternal health, senior congregate meals, and adult daycare programs advancing community health outcomes. His work fosters interdisciplinary collaboration and strengthens the university's research mission. Please welcome Dr. Franklin Kaspa here to the stage for us. The next person I want to bring up, I think we've all mentioned him. He's the tallest person in this room. Mark Ibarra Garza holds a Bachelor of Science in Public Health with a concentration in epidemiology from the University of Texas at San Antonio and an associate's degree in biology from South Texas College. He is currently pursuing a Master of Public Health at Texas Tech University. With approximately 4 years of experience in clinical research, he has worked in ophthalmology, and you will have to correct me with this word, thank you, and hepatology, and now serves as Clinical Research and Translational Sciences Manager at Texas Southern University. He has contributed to the establishment of the university's clinical research site and supports the advancement of clinical and translational research initiatives. Everyone, please give Mark Ibarra Garza a round of applause. The next person I want to bring up is Dr. Linda M. Gardiner. She earned a BS in biology from Texas Southern University and a PhD in environmental toxicology from Texas Southern University. She serves as Director of Research Enhancement and Compliance Services in the Division of Research and Innovation, where she oversees research compliance, laboratory safety programs, and the university's vivarium operations. Dr. Gardiner has managed grants funded by the U.S. Department of Education and other organizations, and has supported the development of research infrastructure at TSU. She also holds a dual appointment as research administrator and visiting assistant professor of biology, mentoring students pursuing careers in science and research. Everyone, please give Dr. Linda M. Gardiner a round of applause. Okay, next person I want to introduce you to is a seasoned research, regulatory, and compliance specialist. Ann K. Clark, BA. CIP, over 20 years of experience leading institutional review boards and human research protection programs at large academic medical centers, skilled in human subjects research, clinical research, life sciences, research compliance, conflicts of interest management, and data analysis, and ensures adherence to federal, state, and institutional regulations. For the past 13 years, she has served as Human Research Protection Director at the University of Texas Medical Branch, overseeing IRB operations, compliance training, and program development to support ethical and high-quality research across the institution. Everyone, please give Ann K. Clark a round of applause. I think that is, oh, there's one more. There's one more person. All right, this next person I want to bring up, he is Dr. Randall Urban. Oh, give him a round of applause, y'all. He is Vice President and Research Institute Director for the Institute for Translational Sciences at the University of Texas Medical Branch in Galveston. A practicing endocrinologist and physician scientist, he has held leadership roles including Director of Endocrinology, Chair of Internal Medicine, and Chief Research Officer. Dr. Urban's research, funded by NIH, NASA, and foundations, focuses on endocrine regulation of muscle loss, inflammation, fatigue, and cognition across aging, spaceflight, infection, and injury. He has published over 130 peer-reviewed manuscripts and has been recognized as a Texas Super Doctors Hall of Fame member. Please give Dr. Randall Urban a round of applause. I'm also going to encourage everyone that is here today to please take notes. I've been listening to these panel discussions, and the first speaker session was really, really good. I have some good notes that I'll share with you guys later after this panel discussion, so please take notes. I think you'll be glad that you did. All right, on to you.
All right, thank you very much. And good morning to everyone that is attending, and thank you for the panel. One of the things that we are going to be talking about today is just how TSU is building and supporting its clinical research program. And we'll be talking about governance, we'll be talking about compliance, and I've heard Dr. Jewole as well as Dr. Olalie talk about partnerships, which is very important, and as well as community-engaged research. So I think with every conversation where we talk about infrastructure, we always start with the foundational blocks of how clinical research programs operate. And that starts with standard operating procedures. And my very first question to Mr. Ibarra is going to be, what are standard operating procedures and how is TSU using them to be able to build this amazing program that we are all talking about?
Thank you so much for that question, Dr. Kasman. I think you explained it beautifully by saying that they're operational blocks. So SOPs are a set of documents, policies that a clinical research site adopts, and what they help with is workflow. So they help establish a clinical research site's workflow for different processes, whether it's informed consent, whether it's communicating with participants or subjects, whether it's regulatory documentation, you name it. Clinical research tends to be pretty heavy with its requirements, and it's always best to just document everything and document the way that a site operates and a site establishes everything. So that's what SOPs are. TSU's approach to building those SOPs or creating those SOPs, I want to give a huge thanks to UTMB, and I feel like they've been shouted out 10 times throughout this conference, but it's very rightfully so. They were gracious enough to send over their SOPs, which we sort of looked at. We adopted what was appropriate for TSU and went from there. I think something a little bit unique about TSU's approach is that we're very community engaged, community heavy. So we try to incorporate our community and the perspective of our community in everything that we do, including those SOPs. So I guess you can say that that is something that TSU does a little bit different. We sort of try to put a little bit of community twist to it. And that really helps us out when we're out in the community, when we're establishing our first clinical research trial, when we're establishing just onboarding and training for new employees, you name it, those SOPs really do help just move things forward.
Yeah, and I know you brought up the regulatory aspect of it and the oversight of the IRB, which is another building block. So when we look at infrastructure, there are these pillars. And so we need to talk about the IRB because I'm sure most of you here have heard the term, but truly don't really know how they fit into any study that involves human subjects. So Ms. Clark, what is the IRB and their role in any clinical research study involving humans?
So the IRB is an independent committee that is federally required in order to protect the human subjects that are going to be enrolled in research. So the things that they look at in order to approve a study is the risks. Are the risks being minimized? Are the risks appropriate for the benefits that are going to be coming from this research study? And how do we protect their privacy and confidentiality? And so this is a committee that has to have at least 5 members. The UTMB IRBs currently have, I think it's 9 members per committee, and we have 2 full board committees. And they will review the research prior to it being initiated into enrolling subjects. They review it for all those things. They will also continue to monitor the research after it's been approved and is enrolling to make sure that they stay compliant with what their protocol says they're going to do. The protocol is the framework in which the research is being conducted. So you want to make sure that they're following their protocol. Everyone has good intentions, and sometimes things happen and they deviate from that protocol. That gets reported to the IRB. We look into it to see was it appropriate to deviate from that, or does the protocol need to be amended because you have to make a change in order to conduct the research appropriately. They also look at the consent forms. Are the consent forms written at a level where the participant can understand them? If you have a cancer protocol, that particular consent form is going to be higher level reading. It's going to be more difficult. We got to bring that down so that the individual who's enrolling truly understands what they're enrolling in and what is going to happen to them, what is the research procedures versus what is standard of care. And they, again, provide ongoing oversight with respect to that, and then the regulatory compliance. It's separate from the institution in the fact that they can make their decisions independently. So there's no one at the institution that says, oh yes, you have to approve this research if the IRB does not believe that it is ethically correct to approve that piece of research.
Yeah, thank you very much. And just to be able to segue into the same thing, the TSU IRB, we've kind of adapted as a result of this initiative a lot. So in the past, we didn't have certain processes in place, so we've tried to be able to ensure that, the compliance aspect kind of matches the same pace of the innovation that, any clinical research program is coming to, is being implemented. One of the things that we've done is the single IRB, which has been very important to us. We didn't have that in the beginning, now we do. We've also tried to be able to make sure that there is that partnership, that engagement with investigators at the onset of any research that they're about to do. It helps them to be able to understand the regulatory part of it, as well as not only try to be able to rush through it. And then I think finally is just the support that the IRB gives to any investigator going through this process, right? Because again, they need to be able to understand the IRB's requirement when they do create a protocol, when they do submit that, or when it's required to go through any modification. So I really do appreciate that. That support also lends to external partners, and when we talk about partnerships, and that's where, of course, UTMB plays a significant role. So my next question, of course, is to Dr. Irwin. UTMB, we've heard UTMB in pretty much every sentence when we started this. And it's an amazing thing, right? Because again, it just shows, how strategic you are to the success of this. So I'm going to go ahead and then ask, why that commitment? Why that support from UTMB?
I love to hear praise. No, just a joke. I actually hate to hear praise, so it's been a tough morning. But so when you look at institutions and you look at advancements, there are 2 types. There's incremental and there's transformative. And incremental is important. We all do that. If you do a study in a lab and you ask this question and you answer it, that's incremental. But when you get the opportunity to be part of an institution making a transformational change, I think it's a real privilege. So I think UTMB really views this as a privilege, that we've been able to hold hands with you guys and work on developing the clinical trials for TSU. I mean, that's a transformative change. What this group of people is doing right now, the work that's being done, is going to make a difference in this university and in the community for years to come. And it's just not many times that we get that opportunity to be a part of that. And from a more practical point of view, I've been at all these institutions in my lifetime doing clinical research, but I've never worked at how we actually get research started at an institution. So it was a great learning experience for me too, because all of these things that I always took for granted, we had to work through with the folks at TSU to try to figure out how to make it work. So it hasn't just been UTMB giving to TSU. TSU has been giving back tremendously to UTMB, and so it's been exciting and fun.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. And another key theme that we've heard throughout the day is community engagement, how pivotal they are in trying to be able to spearhead and also just to be able to, kind of shape the way we do programming. So I'm going to turn back to you, Mark, to be able to just talk about your role in, the community engagement studios as well as the sci-fi cafes.
Yes, thank you so much. And I need to give thanks where it's due. So thank you again to UTMB, to Krista and Kara for all of their help when it comes to these community engagement studios and these sci cafes. They've really, really made our job extremely easy. My role in these community engagement studios and sci cafes is to lead them on behalf of TSU. But when I give thanks to them, I mean that they provide us with examples of their recruitment flyers, examples of their workflow, examples of their PowerPoint presentations, you name it. It just makes the job extremely easy. That allows us to basically go out into the community and host them. So community engagement studios, just to give a quick summary, they're a way for both community engagement studios and sci cafes are a way for researchers and community members to basically connect. It's just that they sort of work in a, I guess, vice versa way. So community engagement studios are a way for researchers to get information out of the community members. So we approach them with a question in mind. At when I first started at TSU in 2024, I had the privilege of hosting one, and the question was what the community's perspective was with clinical research. How did they want TSU to approach clinical research? How did they want TSU to start their clinical research site or our clinical research site? And we got a lot of good information out of that session. Basically, I guess the biggest trend that we heard was, of course, mistrust. There's a lot of mistrust with clinical research in our community, and very rightfully so. But we took that information that we learned and that knowledge to implement it into our clinical research registry, into our first clinical research studies, and it's been extremely valuable. Sci cafes are a little bit different. It's sort of vice versa, like I said. So we take what the researchers know and our knowledge, and we allow our community members to learn more. So we approach those, we host those and allow our community members to ask us questions. So our last one was also about clinical research, but we allowed our community members to ask us anything that they had in mind. So those have also been extremely valuable. We learn a lot, not only by sharing our knowledge, but we also learn a lot from the community members as well.
And so just to be able to add more, your role, you already have some background in community engagement. So just tell us how that is shaping the way you're developing the programs as well.
Yeah, so like I said, it's a matter of just listening to our community and taking what we learn and implementing it into our trials, and I'm happy I can say that now. That's awesome. That's a huge milestone. So I'll give an example. So with the clinical research registry, the way that we've been able to sort of tackle that sense of mistrust is just allowing open transparency with every single process, every single step of that process. So for the consent portion, we sat down as a team, we recorded a 2 to 3 minute video, and that basically, in that video, we explained exactly what the registry is. We were extremely transparent with how we were going to use their data, who were we going to share it with, what we were going to do with it, and we were able to implement that into our consent process, which I believe helps bridge that gap in trust or mistrust.
Well, thank you. And one more thing as we transition into just how the relationship between the IRB and the institution itself. Sometimes we feel that is the same, true enough, but they are different, right? So Dr. Lally, during the initial opening, mentioned what TSU is doing as an institution, the Division of Research and Innovation is doing to be able to make sure that there's that alignment in research governance structures. So it kind of helps as well as we talk about any clinical research program, because you want to be able to make sure that there is consistent information provided to investigators as they go through the IRB, as they go through grant administration, as they go through those compliance officers. You want to be able to make sure that we are saying the same thing and that we are helping them along the way, right? It's a journey. And more so than not, we also need to be able to talk about the infrastructure building. How do we have the capacity to be able to build? And that leads us to the training aspect of it. That leads us to how we collaborate with our investigators. And I do know in the beginning of this process, we met with UTMB, and I know, Ms. Clark, you were on one of the calls trying to be able to provide us guidance. So my next question, again, comes back to you as to what are some of the processes, the training, the models that TSU IRB has used to be able to leverage, as they move forward towards this journey?
So I think one thing that is really exciting about being in, the research community is that we're all so collaborative with each other. We have a little group that we meet with, with Baylor and UT Health and Methodist, and we all come together and bring our ideas and leverage each other to make new improvements. And so when TSU was first started, we met many times on Zoom, and I'm complete open book. I said, tell me what you want. What do you want to see? I mean, you can see my whole system. You can see my policies. You can see my forms, my templates, everything. There's no reason to recreate the wheel. It's only to improve it and to adjust it to the research that you're doing at your own institution. You have a lot more community engagement than we do. We're more on the biomedical side. We have a wonderful community engagement group, but on the our policy side, ours is probably pretty small compared to yours. But you at least had a beginning point, and then you just build upon that. And it doesn't just end with that 1 or 2 meetings. It is continuous. It continues to grow. It's like a plant. You just continue to water it, and we keep leveraging each other. If a weird question comes my way and I'm like, oh gosh, I've never seen this before, I'm sure somebody that I have touch point with at some point, and I'll send an email out to 5 or 6 colleagues and say, have you ever had this situation? How would you handle this situation? While the regulations are black and white, sometimes there's some gray. And it's best to benchmark and see what other institutions are doing and see those other perspectives so that you can be the best you can be.
Thank you. And I think our final question goes back again to you, Dr. Urban. When we talk about approvals from the IRB, when we talk about, the SOPs, what else is TSU leveraging, right, to be able to make sure that we have this solid infrastructure, this solid foundation to be able to go to even greater heights?
Well, I think TSU can do it all. I really do. One of the unique things that you have at TSU that we don't have at UTMB is a College of Pharmacy. And by having this College of Pharmacy, you have the experts on a lot of the pharmacokinetics and drug effects. You already have the experts in place that will allow you to continue to build your infrastructure and to be able to do phase 1 through phase 4 trials. It's really, as I've always talked to the folks at TSU, it's what you're comfortable with and there is a financial commitment as you move down the road to some of these more advanced studies. But I see the world as everything is your oyster. It really is. UTMB is here to support you, but doing phase 1 trials, in my mind, a phase 1 trial is probably the most difficult trial that you can do in terms of a clinical trial. And you are uniquely qualified to do those phase 1 trials. And if you can do a phase 1 trial, you can do any phase trial and you can do it well. So the sky is open for you guys and we're here to help. So we look forward to the continued journey.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience?
Question. Here? Here and then here, okay?
I have a question for Mark. You were talking about sort of the reputation and the negativity from what people might think and things like that. Now, in my case, how do I go about if there is a study that I would like to participate in? My biggest problem is trying to, quote, sell that to my family, my husband, and things of that nature. And it's almost like I have to do some type of sales presentation to say, I would love to participate in this. I think this is a wonderful opportunity. So what tips can you give me to be able to kind of sell this, if you will, to my family members?
Yeah, of course. Thank you so much for the question. I personally would stay away from the language like selling the trial. First of all, it's just something that you want to do the complete opposite. You don't really want to sell the research to them. You want to use it as sort of like an opportunity for them. You want to display it as an opportunity for them. You want to display it as an addition to their current medical care, instead of something that is like experimental or like any guinea pig language or selling. You just got to stay away from that language. And another point that I would add is just trying to get them in the room with the clinical research team. Of course, trusting that the clinical research team is a good team that has the right intentions and is not just trying to acquire as many subjects or participants as possible. You want to get them in the room with them just because they're going to be able to provide the best information about the clinical research trial, and they're going to be able to just really answer any single question that they have. If the principal investigator of the trial is available, you want to get them in the room as well. It's their right to have their questions answered by that PR, that principal investigator. So you want to allow that to happen. The whole consent process is really, it's optional. So they can go through that whole consent process. And I would suggest going through that consent process, allowing them to hear everything that the research team has to say. And then at the end, it's truly a decision whether or not they want to participate or not. It's not something that they have to do. So just allow them to go through that process or encourage them to go through that process. And then at the end of that process, just let them truly answer whether or not they want to participate. I'd guarantee, or I'd bet on the fact that they'd want to participate in the research trial. Yeah.
Next question over here.
So this question is more on the administrative side of things. So I've had experience during my junior year. I had to manage an IRB, and it was quite a daunting process. It was more so community-based participatory research. But I'm really curious, like on this end, especially when you're doing like these multi-site studies, whether in collaboration with TSU and UTMB, like how long does that process take? And has there ever been an instance where maybe a study was like caught in the bottleneck of that like bureaucracy where it wasn't never actually able to launch because of that as well? I know you guys said you do a lot of work with communicating with the PIs, but I know it's a lot of work with especially different sites as well.
That's a great question. So it's going to say it depends. So when you look at a research study, it's kind of like a diamond. Each one is slightly different. When you're looking at a multi-site study, one of the key factors is how many sites are involved and whether or not you're going to use a single IRB. So that would be one IRB that's going to represent all of the sites, or whether each site is going to have their own IRB to conduct a review. Prior to 2019, 17, between 17 and 19, most sites did their own review. And then the NIH, if it's NIH funded, then they wanted you to use a single site to help. I'm going to use the word expedite, but it was really to streamline the process, the review process, so that studies could get up and running a little bit faster. It doesn't take away from the ethical and the regulatory review, but it does allow studies sites to all get up and running at the same time. So if we are participating in a multi-site study, such as a pharmaceutical trial, we will use a commercial IRB that has, many IRBs that are meeting. In addition, they have lots of resources and platforms so that everyone can log in, submit their paperwork through there. You still typically will have a local review, but it does shrink the amount of time to get all the sites going at approximately the same time, has been our experience. So like at UTMB, once a study has been approved by the commercial IRB and it hits my office, it's usually turned around within 2 to 3 days. If the study was submitted solely to my office, we only meet twice a month. So that's going to make a change because you have to hit the meeting on time. So the turnaround time may be about 30 days. When you're utilizing a commercial IRB, they have probably 15 boards conducting reviews, 2 or 3 boards a day doing reviews. So it's a little bit easier to get on their agendas. And I think, Mark, you would probably agree with the turnaround time. If it's a multi-site study, using a commercial IRB as a single IRB for all sites is absolutely the way to go.
Yeah, and I'll just kind of chime in from the TSU side of things. I know we have a couple of minutes here. From the perspective of TSU, I always just say, before you even want to start, it's always good to be able to have a good conversation with the Office of Research, because I think it's going to cut down on some of the questions that you have, right? Because most of the challenges that we face generally is folks submitting IRBs and then it being returned, right? Remember, you can't withdraw it once it's going through review, right? So that turnaround time is what causes the delays. For us, on average, we take a month to be able to do those, especially when we are the IRB on record. I would always recommend that, while you talk to someone, let them answer some of those questions. Let them be able to make sure that, there's enough clarity and your IRB is concise, right? Remember, there are people reading your stuff without necessarily knowing what you're trying to be able to articulate. So the more you do that front-end planning, the easier it is for the turnaround time, right? So we've had IRBs that have been approved in a week or 2 weeks, and we've had others that have gone for months just because of the back and forth, right? So again, lean on the, any institutional office to be able to guide you through this process. And don't look at them as just approving. Look at them as those that are going to be able to engage and lead and direct you and provide that guidance that you may need as you submit your protocol.
Yeah, if I can just jump in and add, the IRB is your partner. They're not a roadblock, they're your partner. So if you're designing a study and you have a good idea of what direction it goes, but you don't know the level of review, just call them and say, hey, can we have a quick meeting? I need some help navigating these regulations. My IRB staff is happy to meet with anyone as they're even planning their study, because we may see something, oh, you should add this, because for long term, such as collecting and saving samples, because you might want to use those samples down the road. But if you don't think about that during your planning process, then down the road, you're like, oh, wait, I have all these samples, but I can't use them for this secondary research. So utilize them as your partner. They're open door. Every IRB that I know would be happy to sit down and help you.
And I know Mark sends me a whole lot of email more than anyone else at the institution. That I can tell you, and again, and that's that strategic partnership, right? I talk to Dr. Poon most of the time when she's trying to be able to do something else as well. So just like you mentioned, they are your partners, right? I don't want you to be able to look at the IRB mostly from an administrative against stamp approval. Look at them as a resource that you can leverage at any given point in time, including even attending the meetings. So again, that's something else that you need to, that's almost like your tool that you need to be able to carry along through this journey.
And as a final thing, as part of the CTSA, we also have a clinical trial studio for all the institutions in our alliance. So we have folks who can sit down with you and even talk to you about what you're wanting to do, how you design it, whether you need to talk to the IRB. So we have that level of expertise across the alliance as well that we can offer.
Have any more questions? Oh, let's see.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for all the education. As much as we're trying to build trust.
They can't see you. Let me bring you up. Let's come over here if we can. Okay, can y'all see her now? Yeah. All right, come on.
Okay. Good morning, and thank you for the education. As much as we're trying to build back trust, as we say from history, what are your fail-safes? What are the measures in place when, this is for Mark, when you're communicating with the community? Say, for instance, you have everything ready, everything follows the protocol, and the patient, agrees to be part of this trial, and through the process, they kind of get hurt, and it's from the trial. How do you appease them or their families into understanding that this was not, engineered by you? It was, part of the, false things that come out. How do you rebuild back that trust and put in place so that they don't say, oh, here we go again? What's in place for that? Thank you.
I just quickly want to confirm, you said that when they get cut from the study? Oh, hurt. I'm so sorry. Okay.
So you're communicating with the community, making them trust you to participate in your trials, right? Now they do agree to participate in your trials. During the course of these trials, they fall short, like they have some kind of illness that perhaps is irreversible, or something happens to them or their family member and brings back that memory of distrust. So during your course of communicating with them in the initial stage or in the middle stage, how do you reassure them so that when things go south, they know that this is not intentional, or this can be rectified, or you can be appeased, so we're not going back that road? That's my question.
Of course. Thank you so much for the question and for the clarification. I want to say with confidence that that's something that doesn't happen too often. And I'm speaking about where it goes to the extent of the person building a certain amount of distrust because of what happened to them in the trial. And the reason I say that is just because there's so many different things in place to prevent that from happening. So within clinical research, there's certain safety measures where principal investigators are having to review adverse events at every single visit, having to review basically anything that the participant shares with them, or anything that the participant is worried about or is concerned about. You name it, the PI is there to sort of be that helping hand and to help bring some relief to their concerns. So that's part of why I say that at least in my experience, that really hasn't happened. I will say that there, of course, has been adverse events, and those are things that are just sort of out of the control of the researcher a lot of the time. And that's always just explained to the participant. That's always just, I think you have to approach it with a certain level of sincerity and just be really honest and transparent with the participant, letting them know that, hey, it all comes back to education. So just letting them know, like, hey, this wasn't a part of the research trial. And if it was a part of the research trial, just same thing, being open and transparent about it. Just because I think that level of transparency and that level of sincerity really helps alleviate a lot of these participants' concerns. It's not fun when a participant is like angry at you and they come at you and they tell you, hey, I'm not having a good time. But if that ever does happen, you also have to remind them that the research is 100% voluntary. It's always their choice whether or not they want to continue participation or get out of the research trial. Just allowing them, I think if you present them with as many options as possible, they'll sort of like loosen up a little bit, I guess. And hopefully that will help combat that mistrust.
And I would say that we always, Dr. Rouse talked about this, but as the IRB will always assess the amount of risk in your study. And so we build into these studies safety nets because a PI, whether they like it or not, may have a bias and may want to continue this study for their career or for their advancement. And so if we start studies where there's a lot of risk involved, many times we will require a data safety monitoring board. So this is a group of external people who review the data as the data is generated from the study to be able to say, okay, this is okay, you're not hurting anyone as you do this study. So it's another layer that we put on of people from afar to look over our shoulders so that we don't have a bias, that we say, well, let's keep pushing ahead. I know this is going to work. Yeah, so their liver enzymes are going up. I'm not worried about that. We got to get to the end here because it'll, make my career. Those are the sort of things that we've built in and built these safety nets in to look out for. Bias is a huge problem, and it's something that we have to be very careful about. I don't know if you want to comment on that, Ann, because I think as an IRB, you think about that a lot.
So we do. We want to make sure that everyone is in a neutral space, so to speak. But obviously, investigators could very easily subconscious kind of move over into the bias category. So when we're evaluating a trial, we will look to make sure that there's safety measures that are in place, safety nets, as Dr. Urban has alluded to. And those type of trials we will see each year. And so we look at how many people have enrolled in the trial, how many people have decided to withdraw from the trial. If you see a large number of individuals withdrawing from the trial, we want to know why. What's going on that's making these individuals decide not to continue participation. We'll also look at the adverse events that are being reported to us. If we see a high level of adverse events and they're all the same, we may put a quick stop on it, maybe take a look at it, talk to the Data Safety Monitoring Board. Is there a risk that is showing itself that was unanticipated when it was initially reviewed? Our goal is to protect those individuals enrolled in that study. So we put a pretty high bar, and we want to make sure that they're being taken care of. So many times when we send a study back during a review, it's because there's not enough safeguards in there. So we'll ask them to, well, what about this? Well, what about this? And we'll want to make sure that they put those safeguards in place.
I'm just going to put in one comment, and then I think that's it. We have a requirement for every one of our consent forms for you to be able to have that direct communication with the IRB, right? So most often than not, with the monitoring, we want to be able to make sure that you as a participant, if you identify an issue, you don't always need to run back to the investigator. You can call the IRB and tell them, this is what I'm experiencing, because then they can be at the forefront of trying to be able to intervene before it even, impacts more people, right? So that verbiage is in all of our consent forms. So just wanted to add that as well.
Okay, and we want to thank them for being on this panel discussion. We'll have them take a photo while we get ready for our next group. And I hope you guys are following the Center for Biomedical and Health Research. You're going to take a photo right here, yes. But I hope you all are following the Instagram Center for Biomedical and Health Research. I've seen them. I know you will too if you go and search today. And also, again, as we mentioned earlier, take photos and hashtag us so we can see your beautiful faces, and it helps us tell the story better. We talk about building trust. This is one of the ways we do it, by storytelling, letting people know what is happening, where it's happening, and where they can get information. Where they can get more information. We're going to now bring up our next panel discussion to discuss clinical research infrastructure at TSU. And I will read their bios after they come up. I have Mark Ibarra Garza, Dr. Linda Gardner, and, we just did that, my bad, excuse me, y'all. Excuse me. The speaker session 2. Leola's by Leola Griffin, Dr. Elise Smith, Krista Bone, Dr. Cara Pennell, and I'll read their bios so you all can have that information about them. And they can come up as I read them. All right. I first want to bring up Leola Griffin. She's a CIP and the manager of quality improvement and education at Houston Methodist Hospital, bringing over 20 years of experience in human subjects research. She delivers high quality training to research teams, IRB staff, and partners, and previously contributed to MD Anderson Cancer Center's research enterprise, helping secure its first AAHRPP accreditation. As a clinical research training specialist, she developed educational programs to strengthen institutional research practices, a certified IRB professional, and active member of PRIM&R. Leola is committed to advancing research, quality, and ethical oversight. Please give her a round of applause.
Thank you. Good morning. Let me try that again. But I'm so excited to be here. I can't remember who mentioned about taking notes, but yes, I have been taking notes. There's just been so many gems that have been spoken this morning. I want to thank Dr. Ajiwala and her team, Mark, who I met, and Dr. Gardner last year at an IRB workshop for this opportunity. I feel like a lot has been said about informed consent here and there. It's been kind of woven throughout the presentations, but I have the opportunity to use the next minute, 6 or 7 minutes, to talk about informed consent and the importance of informed consent for community members. And honestly, community members, that means all of us, right? So a little bit of what I'll talk about is just going through some of that historical context and those key regulatory principles that we've talked about. I will have the opportunity to speak about some of the case studies. Those are some of the hard conversations that do need to be mentioned. They need to be acknowledged. But however, in the opening prayer, I like how it was mentioned how we are moving beyond that. And I believe that's a panel later today. And then we'll discuss some of those occurrences. And then the bulk of the presentation will be actually looking at informed consent, that decision-making process, because that's truly what it is, and knowing your rights as a potential participant. So the first couple of slides, I will talk about a few regulations. So there are a couple that I want to point out, because in the IRB, human subjects research space, clinical research space, however you may hear it, we are regulated for good reason. There's regulatory responsibility, and there's also ethical responsibility. And what I want to point out, in 1974, the National Research Act, which established that institutional review board that you just heard about, which its sole purpose is truly to protect the rights and welfare of research participants. And that was a couple of years after the syphilis study in Tuskegee was uncovered. So it was good timing. And then about 5 years later, we have something called the Belmont Report. So while it's not a regulation, it is a very important document that kind of drives how the IRB reviews human subjects research. There's three very important ethical principles that I'll talk about in a second. And then we have also those other regulations that you heard in Dr. Rouse's presentation about FDA and the Office of Human Subjects Research Protection. So I did want to talk a little bit about the Nuremberg Code. This is the historical context that I mentioned earlier. So informed consent has been around for a while. While this was in Germany, informed consent was introduced after there were just very heinous crimes that were done in the form of science or in the name of science to individuals that subjected them to very detrimental and fatal experiments, such as hypothermia and chemicals and gases that they were subjected to. And so, and this was committed during World War II. And so some of the principles that came out of that, again, was informed consent. An individual has to agree to participate. It is a yes or a no. It is a decision-making process. It has to be absence of that influence, that coercion that's been mentioned. And then there has to be an ensuring of the well-being of research participants. Another historical event is the Declaration of Helsinki, also outside of the U.S., but about 20 years later. And again, I just want to highlight again, this also demonstrates the right to make informed decisions, regarding participation in research. And I do want to just point out that the Declaration of Helsinki is actually still being modified. It was recently modified to include things that are evolving, such as inequities and scientific integrity, just making sure that's being prioritized. So what's our why? So here are a few reasons, and you may be familiar with some of these or all of them, but I just want to reiterate again. So we have Miss Henrietta Lacks, who sells The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks. You may be familiar with the movie or the book. Miss Lacks's cells were used without her informed consent. They contributed significantly and greatly to medicine, vaccines, even something as recent as the COVID vaccine used the HeLa cells from Miss Lacks. Then we have the syphilis study in Tuskegee, Alabama, where the individuals were not provided informed consent. They were told they were being treated for bad blood, and so they went 40 years untreated of syphilis, although a penicillin was available about 15 years into the study. And then we have Ellen Roche. Ellen Roche's case is slightly different. She was actually a healthy volunteer, so this actually came up in Dr. Rouse's presentation. She worked at Johns Hopkins. She wanted to volunteer on a clinical trial for asthma. And so the agent that she was inhaling for that clinical trial caused her to go into respiratory failure and eventually organ failure, and unfortunately she passed away. And then we have the Havasupai tribe. Havasupai tribe, their cells were also used without their consent for other things that they would not have consented to. So this was a tribe in Arizona. So again, the common theme here is lack of informed consent. I've already covered the regulatory requirements, so I won't go through those again. But again, there's mention of the Belmont Report. And the Belmont Report is just a direct line item back to informed consent. So what does that look like? Really 3 things that I want to mention: disclosing of information, facilitating information, and promoting voluntariness of the study. It's pretty simple. It's a process. It's active. It's ongoing. It's a conversation. It doesn't happen just one time. You could consent to a clinical trial, or any of us could consent. We can withdraw. But there also may be times when you have to be reconsented. So perhaps there's a new risk, there's a new side effect in that document. So the bridge between the IRB approval and the patient is the actual informed consent document. At Houston Methodist, we have the opportunity to have editors to actually work with the study teams to create these documents. As someone mentioned earlier about health literacy, to ensure that our documents are at a 6th to 8th grade reading level. Just to make sure that it's understandable. And then again, it's a process. A yes or a no, and a no is an informed decision as well. And so just to kind of wrap things up, because I think I'm a little bit over time, but how do you make that informed decision to participate? So here are some green flags and here are some red flags. I'll just highlight a few. The main thing that I can emphasize is clear and transparent information. Having that informed consent document in front of you, being allowed to take it home and share it with your family and your friends, thinking about it, understanding it, asking questions, asking more questions, taking it a step further and reaching out to another family or friend. And then if there's a lack of opportunity for questions or pressure, then those are typically red flags. So that's not necessarily a no, but it means that you need to seek additional information, or we need to seek that additional information. So just to kind of wrap things up, know your rights. We have choices. If the study checks all green, then it typically will be conducted appropriately. But again, if you encounter any red flags, reconsider, ask questions, and then just always trust your instincts. I just want to reiterate that the IRB is in place for that reason, to protect the rights and welfare of individuals. The data safety monitoring boards that Dr. Urban mentioned, all of those things are in place, and we want to do our due diligence because we understand that participation in clinical research is voluntary. So with that being said, I will close and maybe pass to the next person, or do we have time for questions? Okay, we're going to keep it going. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Leola. I really appreciate that. I'm sure we all do. And we are going to bring up our next speaker here. We have talking on ethics in clinical research, Dr. Elise Smith. And I'll share a little bit more about her. Okay. Dr. Elise Smith is an assistant professor in the Department of Bioethics and Health Humanities at the University of Texas Medical Branch. With a background in philosophy, law, and social sciences, her work focuses on research ethics, research integrity, and public health ethics. She develops guidance and best practices to support responsible research, design, and implementation, including work related to environmental exposures and research translation. Dr. Smith has published more than 30 peer-reviewed articles in leading journals. She also directs the Research Ethics Consultation Services at the Institute of Translational Sciences, advising investigators on ethical decision-making in research. Please give a round of applause again to Dr. Elise Smith.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Amanda. Thank you very much, Dr. Jawali, for the invitation. I always love coming here. It's always a great opportunity for me, so thank you all for being here today. So, today I will talk a bit about ethics in clinical research. I, as an ethicist, as mentioned, when researchers are not sure how to deal with ethical issues, they come see me. And usually they're not simple questions, right? They're really challenging questions because there is a certain gray zone that exists in research. So today I will talk a bit about what research ethics is, what ethics is. We'll talk a bit about scandals, but not too much, and we're going to go into research ethics principles. We already talked about informed consent, which is great, but there are other principles that are important. So when we talk about what ethical research is, simply put, is what is good research. So we talk about the norms, virtues, or principles that guide good research. And when we talk about ethics and when we talk about good and bad, sometimes we have an intuition, right? We generally know when some things are bad. When you say, for example, murder. Is murder good or bad? Right. Okay. You understand? So stealing. Is stealing good or bad? Bad. Okay, is lying good or bad? Bad, okay. But I had a really bad night last night because my little boy was teething. I did not sleep very well. And I walked in here and someone asked, how are you doing? And I just said, I'm doing fantastic, even though deep down I'm really tired. So I lied. Is that okay? Yes. Okay, so do most people lie? Yes. So I asked my students this, and they all say no. And I kind of say, you're lying right now. So I'm very happy that you are all honest today. But what I want to say is that you can lie, maybe a little white lie, when someone asks you how you're doing. But when a researcher is doing research, they have a level of transparency and truth-telling that is much higher. Not only do they need to be truthful, they actually need to check what they're doing 3 times often, just to make sure that they're not making a mistake. Now, why? Because the stakes are a lot higher, right, than me telling someone that I'm doing well. That's probably just polite, to be honest. Okay, so the main central issue in research ethics is, do the means justify the ends? So the means is what we do, which is experimentation. So when you do research, sometimes, not always, but sometimes there are risks, and we're trying to figure out what those are and if they are to harm people. We do our best to minimize every single risk, and we try to prevent them throughout the research project, but there's still a risk inherent to research. But we justify it based on the ends, and whether the ends is, in the future, less people will suffer, and there'll be more cures. So that's basically the balance that we see as central to research ethics. Unfortunately, even if people really want to create great health outcomes and good research outcomes, sometimes the way they do it is not always great. So they maybe put too many people at risk. So these are a few examples. You will talk about Tuskegee quite a lot this afternoon, so I'll skip that one. Willowbrook was a case where someone wanted to develop a vaccine, To do so, they infected individuals that were intellectually disabled. Why? Because they thought, well, they will probably get hepatitis anyway, because they're at this center that all the kids get hepatitis, so it's okay. And that's how they justified it. Now, there was not very good consent. It was truly problematic. But interestingly enough, the researcher thought that they were doing what was good. So that's why we talk about ethics. That's why there's people like Anne that reviews every single protocol just to make sure things like that don't happen. So a similar thing happened with Dr. Chester. He was actually working with the elderly population, and he wanted to understand if people were injected with cancer cells, what their general immune reaction would be. Now, he would not give them cancer, that would not happen, but they wanted to see what the reaction would be. These individuals were elderly to the point that they couldn't really understand the project, and therefore consent was not appropriate. The project also lacked certain justification. Why exactly are we doing this? And those are things that Anne will look at 3 times over before something is accepted. So previously we talked about the Belmont Report. The Belmont Report was put into effect because these bad things happened. They wanted to make sure that in the future we were respecting certain principles, including respect for the persons, and we do that through consent. And we just talked about consent, so I'm going to skip over that one. The other one is beneficence. So we make sure that the risks of harm are balanced by the expected outcome. And this is a complex balance that we do. And we often take a lot of time in IRB to list all the risks and all the benefits and make sure they balance out. It's not an easy balance to make, right? Because they're not like, it's like comparing apples and oranges sometimes. But generally, the benefits are a lot higher than the rest. So generally, it's an easy balance to make. Justice. So justice is the idea that we want to treat everyone equally. Historically, sometimes researchers identified a population because of convenience. So think about, for example, the hepatitis case. There were a bunch of children that would probably already have hepatitis, so it makes sense. Well, that is considered ethically wrong today. We generally do research on populations that would, in the future, benefit from that same drug or medication or treatment, right? So we want to try to make sure that the risks are distributed to populations in a fairer way than we have done it in the past. Another way that we see justice in research is we want to make sure that the sample that we have, the people that are recruited, represent the diversity of the population. Now, why do we do that? Well, historically, we used to only recruit white men of a specific age because we thought if we had a small group of people that looked the same, that did the same thing, we'd have better results, right? But the thing is, we realized that didn't apply to everyone afterwards, and it would create really bad outcomes for populations that were not in the research project. So now justice requires us to have a diversity of people in the research study. So that's all for today. If there's any questions, I will be here a little after, and I'm happy to answer any. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay. Are we still open and willing to receive and to give love? Okay. Are we taking notes? Okay. I'm gonna ask y'all I'm gonna have a pop quiz before the day is over to make sure you've taken good notes. All right. I want to bring this next person up. To the stage. Krista Bones and Dr. Carla Pinnell. Dr. Pinnell is Associate Professor in the Department of Population Health and Health Disparities and Associate Dean for Academic Affairs at the University of Texas Medical Branch School of Public and Population Health. She earned her MPH in Social and Behavioral Health and Dr. Ph. in Health Promotion and Community Health Sciences from Texas A&M University. Her research focuses on academic public health, community health assessment, and community health improvement planning, with an emphasis on building partnerships between academic institutions and community organizations. Dr. Pinnell also contributes to public health education and accreditation efforts through the Council of Education for Public Health. Please give her a round of applause. We also want to bring up Krista Baum, MPH, she's a program director of health education and translational research engagement for the Institute for Translational Sciences at the University of Texas Medical Branch. In this role, she works with local, regional, and statewide stakeholders to support communication, outreach, and dissemination related to translational research and policy development. She collaborates with investigators and institutional partners to translate scientific findings and promote research awareness. Krista also develops education and outreach programming that connects the Institute with partner organizations and stakeholders. She previously served as outreach director for the Alzheimer's Association, Houston and Southeast Texas chapter. Ladies, please come forward.
Thank you all very much. It's a pleasure to be here today. And just Cypress, I've never driven around Cypress before, and it's so beautiful here. So thank you for welcoming us to your community. So we're going to talk about community engagement studios, and Mark already did a great job of talking about giving an overview, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this. And plus, Krista really has the meat of the presentation that I'm sure you all want to hear. So I'm going to hand the mic over to her and after just a few slides. So I do want to acknowledge that the Community Engagement Studios were adopted from the Meharry Vanderbilt Community Engaged Research Core. They developed this, created a toolkit, and Krista's hard work in putting all of this together, creating those templates and everything else that's needed to carry these out. So we do want to acknowledge that that's who these are based on. So again, Mark did a great job of talking about community engagement studios, and really this is where community members and a researcher come together to talk about the research. It could be in the development phase, it could be something that's ongoing, and bringing that community perspective, the community voice, into the research. And this could be around the development of the research that the community is contributing to the interventions, programs, policies that the research is focused on, materials, communication, recruitment strategies, and applying how those findings are applied to practice and policy. So why do community engagement studios? This helps to improve the quality of the research, primarily. Also, Mark talked about trust and transparency and communication. So if you have community members at the table with the researcher, all of that improves, which ultimately improves the quality of the research itself. However, this can be a little complex. Most researchers, believe it or not, are not trained in engaging with the community. But again, at the end of the day, it improves the quality and it helps improve that trust and transparency. So how do the studios benefit the science? So they help in a number of ways. So the people, ultimately, you want to try to get at the table the people who will ultimately benefit from the research that's being done. The community members bring their lived experiences, their voice, their knowledge of the community and the community's needs and resources to that research. You want to make sure that the methods that are being used, the approach that's taken is responsive, culturally, socially, community focused. And then it also helps to strengthen academic and community partnerships for the long term beyond this research project, which again helps continually build that trust that we've been talking about a lot today. Now, how does it benefit community? Community voices are heard, their perspectives are incorporated into the research. It helps guide not only the type of research that's done, but how it's done. Helps to build ownership so that community partners and community members feel like they're part of that process. And then ultimately, again, just to contribute to the impact and the outcomes of the research. And I'm going to hand it over to Krista.
Thank you. So like Dr. Urban said, we have been very privileged to work with TSU on a series of community engagement studios. So we've held 8 actually since 2022, and many of these have been focused on clinical trials. We started with the openness, we talked about earlier, and then really wanted to kind of co-create what clinical trials would look like at TSU. So these are some of the questions that we posed to community experts that we really wanted their feedback on and to incorporate as TSU built their clinical trials enterprise. So we wanted to know basically, how do people feel about clinical trials in the community? If you're being invited to participate, would you participate? And if so, why? And if not, why not? What about TSU specifically as a clinical trial recruitment site? Is that something that the community would be receptive to? Would they want to learn more, or would they sign up for a clinical trial there? We asked specifically if you could co-create a dream scenario, what would your clinical trial site look like, and how can we make sure we're being responsive to that? The best way to market as well, to let people know about clinical trials, and also just in general, what questions, concerns you might have. So I'll briefly kind of go over discussion themes, and none of these should be a surprise to you. I think all of these words have been talked about in every presentation, but we heard this time and time again, the trust and the mistrust that happens in the community. And so this is something we have to take into consideration as we're building clinical trials. Also, diverse representation. We really want to make sure that people that are doing clinical trials look like their community, and that automatically can help build some of that trust. Obviously, acknowledging historical context, like we've talked about, and also the type of clinical trials mattered to the public. So they were more receptive to participating in lifestyle or behavioral clinical trials rather than drug trials. And so that was just interesting to hear as we were moving forward. Clear messaging as well. So we've heard about transparency, 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 but that was reiterated to us by community members time and time again, that they wanted to really understand what they were signing up for, and really specifically even talked about inclusion and exclusion criteria, because we heard, people might be interested, and then they, go in for all of these visits, and then they find out they weren't even, able to participate in the study. So we didn't want to waste people's time. So from these clinical community engagement studios, we kind of came up with some recommendations that TSU has done an amazing job thinking through every level of these as they've built their clinical trials. So we want to invest in building trust with the community and have transparent team members involved. We want the community to support TSU as a clinical trial site, and that really requires intentional planning. So thinking through logistics. So where are people going to park? Is it going to be easy for them to access this site? We want to make the experience clear, not to waste anyone's time, like I mentioned, and really highlight the benefit of participation. So some people might be happy with just knowing that their findings will help future generations. Other people want more tangible benefit at the time. So taking all of that into consideration. Another recommendation was to establish a community advisory board to walk alongside, which I know that they have done. And then also to utilize clinical trial champions and advocates, so people from the community that are already trusted to share their stories. And I know we're going to hear from people like that today as well. So I think we're pretty good with time, but we really appreciate being able to talk to y'all today. Thank you.
I got 2 mics now. Okay, y'all know what time it is. It's time for the good part. It's time for us to eat. All right? Lunch is going to be 20 minutes, so do not stay gone long. But while you're out there, what have I been asking you for? Photos, selfies. There's a big, beautiful banner to the right of you. It's to my right and to your left if you look to your left. We want to see the fact that you came to support. We are on our 5 years here. You know what, Dr. Veronica, I think before they go to lunch, one more time, I want to make sure people are open and willing to receive and to give love. So I'm going to ask you to do it with me. If you can stand for me quick, because you're about to get up anyway to eat. And don't eat it all, y'all. We all have to eat, okay? I am open and willing to receive and to give love. One more time, I'm open and willing to receive and to give love. On your way out, there is a restroom to the right. There's also snacks in your bags in case you want it. Please, everyone, enjoy your lunch, and we will be back.
disparities and inequities in healthcare, especially among our underrepresented minority populations here in the United States, and more specifically for us in Harris County and Greater Houston area. We have several research areas here, and my lab mainly focuses on maternal health and child health research in terms of epidemiology work, looking again to close those gaps in health disparities here in our Greater Houston area and Harris County. The other type of research that I do is drug discovery and development research, where we look for new medicines for specific infectious diseases. For example, with the outbreak of the recent COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 that led to the COVID-19 pandemic, our lab is looking at repurposing some clinically approved drugs to work with the FDA to push some of those to be repurposed for the treatment of COVID-19.
My research is rooted in Texas Southern University and the community around that. So with that, I focus a disease such as cancer, infectious disease, diabetes, etc. And most of them disproportionately impact the minority. And for example, prostate cancer and breast cancer are the two major focus of my research. And they have obvious disparity for African Americans, men or women. So with that, with our nano formulated drugs, we're trying to reduce the disparity and improve the patient compliance. Recently, our work has been recognized as a National Cancer Institute, which is part of NIH. We become one of their subcontractors for preclinical drug development. Their total 19 institutes get that subcontract, and we're the only one from Texas, and we're the only HBCU get that contract. So I consider that's a great recognition of our work.
Our research is very unique, and we are in the area of gapping the drug discovery toward actual marketing of a drug product. So our facility is very unique, at least in the Texas Medical Center area here, as well as in the state of Texas. That's why we have the CPRIT funding to support our center to provide this type of service. And we have gained a lot of experience, as well as a lot of collaborations with investigators across the Texas Medical Center and the state of Texas.
When it comes to disparities in maternal mortality, our country nationally, the United States, is doing really poorly compared to other developed countries. So the work we do is very key in addressing the underlying causes and looking at the root causes of those disparities and poor maternal health outcomes. And so that's what our lab does. We work with a huge center. We just received a huge funding from Health Research Services and Administration to address and improve maternal health in the Harris County and Greater Houston area.
One of the ways that we've seen kind of real-world engagement and impact is through a collaborative that has been born out of the Community Engagement Corps in a partnership with the Gulf Coast Consortia to develop a community-engaged healthcare educational program. So it's really been exciting to provide this educational opportunity where the community is educating our clinicians and our researchers in how to do this better, and how to develop and deploy, make available important life-saving interventions and technologies.
For me, it's all about watching the light bulb turn on, the fire get lit again or rekindled in our participants' eyes. And that's been the huge payoff for me, to see faculty come into being, become more excellent at what they're doing, to see the energy come back again, and it spills out into the students. They're happier people. It was just very rewarding.
CPRIT stands for Cancer Prevention Research Institute of Texas, and within the name itself, it is cancer prevention. So we applied for this funding mechanism under the prevention pillar of CPRIT, which positions us or allows us to be able to offer mammogram at no cost to uninsured and underinsured women. So with that, we are addressing a major barrier for that population. The fact that we're able to provide services that is a bit more convenient, accessible, and specifically at no cost, to uninsured, underinsured women is a big, it's a big priority for CPRIT, and we are very grateful to have been able to receive that.
One of the great things that are coming next
Hello.
Thank you, everyone. Can we please make our way back to our seats? Can we please make our way back to our seats? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I hope lunch was good. And for those joining us online, I hope you had a good break. Without further ado, I'm going to go ahead and introduce the MC for this next session up to the end. And he is Dr. Jordan Simpson, and he's a pharmacist, he's an author, a spoken word artist, and 3-time TEDx presenter dedicated to improving the communication of complex health information. His professional interests are shaped by his personal experience as a rare disease patient and his commitment to advancing understanding of medical innovation. Dr. Simpson currently works as a senior manager of R&D, learning and development at Acadia Pharmaceuticals in San Diego, California. And through his work, he focuses on translating scientific and clinical information into clear, accessible communication that supports informed decision-making in healthcare and research. Over to you, Dr. Simpson. Thank you so much. Please, can you give me a round of applause as he helps us with this next sessions?
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I think we're a little slow from lunch. Good afternoon, everyone. All right. Well, first and foremost, praise be to God from whom all blessings flow. Just thanking him for all that he's doing in and through us with all in our individual lives, but what we're doing as a collective here today. So the morning sessions really just talked about the power of information, integrity, transparency, and the commitment to patients that builds trust and confidence in the safeguards and the promise of clinical trials. And I'm so excited for the opportunity to be able to continue on those conversations, on all of the learnings. So there's so much that we have left in store within the afternoon sessions, and I implore everyone to be able to take active notes, ask very thought-provoking questions that relate to the information that you'll be taking back home to your families, right? As we start to talk about what can we do with the information and the knowledge that we're leaving here with, right? So please just continue to think about, as these continued sessions and panel discussions continue, how can I not just leave with this information on paper, right? We have these vendors in the back where you can connect with them, where they can really bring this information to life and make it relevant to your daily lives. So let's help one another. Let's not lean onto our own understanding, and let's just really try to revitalize this information in a way that it can come to life and make the change that we hope to see. So without further ado, I have the privilege and honor of introducing the TSU debate team. So the TSU, the Texas Southern University debate team, founded over 70 years ago under Dr. Thomas Freeman, is internationally recognized for excellence in competitive debate. Each year, 25 to 50 students join, gaining training in multiple styles of debate and forensic activities. The debate team office, a popular campus destination, showcases thousands of trophies, awards, and memorabilia from national and international competitions. Students with top scores in the fall events may qualify for spring international competitions. The program emphasizes skill development, critical thinking, and public speaking, providing participants with opportunities to represent TSU on a global scale. Also, there has been recognition from the TSU debate team to, as Denzel Washington visited TSU for The Great Debaters. So if people kind of remember that movie and its impact, the TSU debate team has had a long legacy here in Houston. We're so proud to be able to have them join us today. So please join me in giving them a round of applause. Mic check, mic check. Okay. Once again, just a round of applause one more time for the TSU debate team. I think the term coined is edutainment, right? Educating but providing significant entertainment as well. Thank you so much, Master Orators. So as we continue to transition, I know we've had a lot of different discussions about or mentioning of the Tuskegee trials, right? And with that comes a conversation that's needed to happen, right? A lens that needs to be had when it comes to understanding all of the factors that contributed to that instance, as well as many other instances that have been mentioned before that impact the way that we view clinical trials, the way that it shapes our community and how we think about clinical trials, and how can we revitalize that commitment to our pathways to better health. So with that being said, I have the privilege of introducing our speakers as well as our moderator, Dr. Ajewole Mwema. So with that being said, I have the privilege of introducing Cassandra Harris. Cassandra Harris has more than 30 years of experience supporting cancer research and community engagement initiatives. She serves as a member of the Community Advisory Board for the Community Engagement Corps and has extensive experience building partnerships between researchers and community organizations. Ms. Harris currently works as a program director at MD Anderson Cancer Center in the Department of Health Disparities Research within the Center for Community Engaged Translational Research. In this role, she supports efforts to translate scientific discoveries into practical programs and interventions that improve cancer prevention, education, and research participation. So join me in celebrating her as she makes her way to the stage. Next up, we have Dr. Donnell Cooper. Dr. Donnell Cooper is an executive director of the African American Male Wellness Agency, where he leads national initiatives focused on improving men's health through education, preventative care, and community-based programs. With extensive experience in public health, community engagement, and strategic development, he has built partnerships with healthcare institutions, policymakers, and community organizations to expand health initiatives and outreach efforts. Dr. Cooper has led programs addressing chronic disease prevention, mental wellness, and health education. His work focuses on strengthening collaboration between public health research, community programs, and practical strategies that support improved health outcomes. Hopefully, you can help us get to more than 5% and greater. Thank you so much. Let's celebrate him as he makes his way to the stage as well. And we have Amanda Sapp. Amanda Sapp was our first half of the MC for today's activities, but additionally, she is a Houston-based media personality, producer, and founder and CEO of ASAP Media Group, a multimedia company highlighting leadership, culture, and community. She previously served as vice president of media and general manager of Amazing 102.5 FM, leading programs such as the Amanda Sapp Morning Show, Tech Savvy Seniors Houston, and Youth in Action. Through her platform, Amplify with Amanda Sapp, she produces content that informs and inspires audiences. Amanda also serves as communications chair for the NAACP Houston branch, supporting community engagement and mentorship initiatives. She's already on stage with us. All right, let's give her a round of applause. And oh, that's my professor. Oh, man. I'm an alumni of Texas Southern University and proud alumni, and Dr. Poon has been amazing. Thank you so much, and it's so good to see you. But also, Dr. Poon is a professor in the Department of Pharmacy Practice and Administration at Texas Southern University College of Pharmacy and Health Sciences. She earned her Doctor of Pharmacy from the University of Houston and a Master of Science in Palliative Care from the University of Maryland, Baltimore. A licensed pharmacist in Texas, she has served for over 20 years as a clinical pharmacy specialist and preceptor at the Michael E. DeBakey VA Medical Center. Dr. Poon mentors junior faculty, and her research focuses on geriatric pharmacotherapy, palliative care, and pain management. Please give my professor an amazing round of applause. Thank you so much. and another one of my professors. Oh my goodness. I'll give a short anecdote. I actually I was on rotations with Dr. Ajawole in Wema, and it was so impactful to me. She gave me the charge to meet with patients. She was like, take these calls with these patients and be able to understand their patient health journey. And I understand more in depth the hope that clinical trials bring through meeting with these patients and see how they battle with holding on hope when it comes to oral chemotherapy and what these innovations mean. So it really put a different battery in my back in being able to support patients. I'm a rare disease patient myself. Y'all learn about that a little bit later. But what the spaces and places that Dr. Ajawole in Wema has been in, and the pathway that she creates for her students is like no other. So thank you so much. But Dr. Ajawole in Wema serves as a professor of pharmacy practice and assistant VP for clinical translational research and community engagement at TSU. She is a clinical pharmacist and an adjunct assistant professor of oncology at Houston Methodist Hospital. She received her PharmD from TSU and completed her oncology pharmacy residency at Houston Methodist Hospital. She's a board certified oncology pharmacist with a clinical practice in oral chemotherapy at Houston Methodist Hospital Cancer Center. She is a founding director of the NIH-funded Community Engagement Core of TSU's Center for Biomedical Minority Health Research and TSU's Institute for Health Empowerment Advancement Research and Training. Dr. Ajawole in Wema is the convener of this conference. Oh, sorry. We're excited to have her present on health empowerment programs at TSU. All right. Without further ado, beyond Tuskegee, what the community should know.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Jordan. And thank you to the amazing audience. I hope you all had a great lunch, right? There's coffee in the kitchen if you need some coffee, right? Very good. I am so delighted to moderate this very important conversation, Beyond Tuskegee. Right? The name is already telling in and of itself, but I will keep some of my comments to myself and let the amazing experts, the panelists, to really take us further into this discussion. I will start off with you, Ms. Aries. What happened in Tuskegee? Tell us about it.
Well, you've been hearing about it all day, actually, but let me tell you about it. The original name was called the Tuskegee Study of Untreated Syphilis in Negro Males. It happened in 1932. We know it as the Tuskegee Experiment, and the Tuskegee Syphilis Study. Now, it was organized by the U.S. Public Health Service, and it happened in 1932, and they observed the participants for 40 years. The participants were 600 low-income African-American males. 400 of them had late-stage syphilis, and the others were not diagnosed with syphilis, and they were of the ages of 25 and older. Now, you may say, why are we still talking about this? We're still talking about this because of the mistrust that happened within that community and among those men, and because it was one of the major events that impacted how African Americans view science and healthcare. And one other thing is, what happened? What was wrong? Well, earlier it was mentioned that the men were not consented. At that time, it was 1932, so consent forms were not in play. They were using consent forms at that time. They also, they misled the men. The men thought that they were being treated for syphilis, and they were not, because they were studying the effects of untreated syphilis. Then they, when treatment or penicillin was created to treat syphilis, they withheld it from the men. The untreated men infected women, which also infected some of their children. And then there was one more thing. Oh. That was all of the things that they did. They didn't give it to them, and even when they found out that penicillin was available, they still didn't get it to them. The men thought that they were being treated for syphilis. They didn't treat them. And we mentioned earlier about the consent form. We mentioned earlier about some of the patient protections that are in place now and are still ongoing as far as things that they're doing to protect us from any harms or mishaps in research. And to this day, there's things that are happening to ensure that those mishaps from before will not happen again. And the whole part of moving beyond Tuskegee is community engagement and sharing information and being transparent is very important to overcoming those barriers that we had in the past.
Very well said. Thank you so much. Because I think it's important. Please, a round of applause for her. Yes, well said. Thank you. You know, I think it's important for us to really level set so that we know exactly what happened. Because there is a lot of misinformation in the community to say, okay, Tuskegee, oh yeah, Tuskegee happened, so because of that, I don't want to be the guinea pig. But that's why the caption for this session is saying beyond. So at first, let us recognize, let us understand that historical perspective, but how do we move beyond what happened? And that is leading me to you now, Ms. Sapp.
I can't wait.
Okay.
I'm so excited. And go
Awesome.
ahead.
So why is open communication important in building trust? Please.
The way Madam just described what happened with Tuskegee is how we build trust, and which means not hiding what has happened, putting it at the forefront before anything, because you already done the research to know that's the barrier or a challenge that prevents people who need clinical research from actually participating. So I think putting that information at the forefront, knowing that it is a barrier, communicating actually what happened and why, is one of the ways not only will we reach the people that need the services that are provided with clinical research, but also, too, it allows others to be well-informed about the next steps that they want to take with the choice that they have to be able to, to participate. I believe, just like in those relationships where you're building trust, you want to get to know people. You want to get to know who your fiancé or your husband or your friend is going to be. And so you ask questions. One of the things I like most about what you all do here with this conference is that you allow people, not knowing what question they're going to ask, but you allow them to do that. And I think having that open communication with attendees, with people who might inbox you all after this conference and giving transparent answers, with them knowing that there are perimeters in place now. You got lawyers for everything. This is an opportunity for you to decide that, you know what, Tuskegee did happen, but beyond that, there are parameters in place that allow me to be able to move forward while making decisions that are from questions that I have from informed participants, professionals, experts, and being able to move forward. I hope that answers your question.
Absolutely. Very well said. Thank you. You know, one of the things that we've mentioned quite a lot during our sessions earlier is the Center for Clinical Research and Translational Sciences, right? And that center, understanding the mistrust and the mishaps, and how that center is positioning itself to bridge that gap. So my question is going to be now for Dr. Danielle Cooper, who is a member of the Community Advisory Board of our center. So Dr. Cooper, what exactly is the Community Advisory Board for TSU CCRTS? And why is this Community Advisory Board very important to the mission of our center?
Well, again, I think you said it in a small tone word, which is bridging the gap. So the Community Advisory Board, from myself and my collective audience and groups, has been about bringing a collective group together that have been formulated around centered and about building the community, but also about bringing in, supporting the modalities of TSUs. We are focused on three very innovative opportunities. One is supporting the values of the research opportunities through TSU. We get an opportunity in our own collective ways as community advisory members to go out in our own vessel ways to educate people about research. And most importantly, thirdly, we get an opportunity like today in providing access to education. I think a lot of times in our inner city communities, one thing that we lack when we hear research is about being educated about what is research and knowing that it's okay to be okay. So as an advisory committee member, we're also empowering individuals to understand the importance of this mission in the Community Advisory Board as it relates to the mission of TSU. So when you think about TSU, you think about what? The community. And so sometimes you think about only Third Ward. So I was just sharing with Dr. Veronica, I was applauding our efforts for bringing the event today outside of Third Ward, because we're always in the community. But today we're also in a community. It may not look like the community that we see each and every day when we're going to work, but this is also a part of the community. It's a part of the city of Houston. So we're empowering Cypress today with an opportunity of access to research, educating them about what is research, and most importantly, as an advisory committee member, informing them about the work that we're doing here at TSU.
Very well said. Thank you so much, Dr. Cooper. And you referenced how it's almost like a transition, right? If I can give a quick reflection over the past 5 years of hosting this conference, the first 2 sessions we had was on Zoom, purely virtual. And, we still try to make sure people, and we still had good engagement. But then we were able to transition to in-person and online. We held those 2 sessions in person on campus. But here we have today, fast forward to Princeton 4. And I want to, appreciate Princeton 4 for their openness to even having us to have this event on their premises, all the planning, all the logistics, all the hand-holding and everything that went into this. It's, again, pulling us out of that comfort zone to say, hey, and truly, it was a question from one of the attendees. Like Amanda said, we listen. One of the attendees asked me 2 years ago, Veronica, why are you having this on campus? Bring it to us in the community. I'm like, okay, let's go figure it out. And the partnership happened, and we are here. So we couldn't be more grateful. And not only, even when we made the decision to bring it to the community, I was like, okay, will the community also come with us? Are we going to have the attendees? Look at the room, in person and online. Please applaud yourselves, everyone, for joining and for staying engaged. And as we transition to say, okay, moving us beyond Tuskegee, you've had us say mistrust, history. We started out with the registry. But now we do have a real clinical research. Like for real, I want to jump out of my skin and scream like, hey, it's here, okay? Very excited.
Can we clap for that? Because this is a big deal. Y'all better quit acting like this is some daily stuff. It is a big deal.
Real big deal. Texas Southern is on its way to 100. An historic happening in the history of our great university. We now have an actual clinical trials registered on clinicaltrials.gov. I mean, we could not have done that without everybody coming in together. Dr. Caspar, remember trying to create all the forms? We didn't know what to do. Dr. Poon, Dr. John, VP, everybody, okay, we need to make sure we are registered. We asked all the questions because we don't know it all. So let me pass it on to Dr. Poon now to let us know about this study, Check, Monitor, Control. Tell us a little bit about it. And how has TSU CCRTS provided support for that study?
Thank you so much, Dr. Ojaboli. Thank you so much for your support and from your team too. I have to be honest that every day when I wake up, the first thing that I do is to pray to God to give me wisdom in implementing this very first clinical trial at TSU. It is a lot of work. and it is a lot of learning lessons, but this time we are going to do it right. And me and my team, like the table with full of staff over there, they are over there to support me and Dr. Tyler. For that, I am truly grateful. So the Check, Monitor, Control project is a behavioral clinical trial. So earlier on in the morning, we learned about some clinical trials or testing new drugs, new device. But this one, the Check, Monitor, Control, is testing behavioral intervention. So let me start by asking you, or maybe not you, maybe, do you know anyone who has hypertension, high blood pressure? Raise your hand if you know anyone who has high blood pressure. Almost everybody in the audience. And it is such a prevalent condition. And also, it is silent. You don't know if you don't check. And the provider may prescribe you with some medications, and you go home and you start taking it, and then if you don't keep checking, you don't know if it's consistently high. Maybe on some days you're busy and you forgot to take your pills. It's extremely common. And both me and Dr. Tyler, we are clinical pharmacists, and we are training in geriatrics, and we have seen so many patients on multiple medications that is so overwhelming to them. So we create this or design this clinical trial to help with medication adherence, using medication reminder apps, talking to the pharmacists. We're also testing in one of the arms that we will test using a community health worker to try to connect to linkage to medical care for those who doesn't have insurance, for those who struggle with increasing drug costs, help with transportation, help with increase in quality food access. There are some communities that they don't have a HEB close by, and they may not have a car. They may rely on food bank supplies to, get their groceries. So it is my goal and also my team's goal to improve their health outcomes. The main goal is to help with the blood pressure control, but my hope is it will go beyond the duration of the study. My hope is it will multiply the efforts so that they can also become their own advocate in their own community so that they will have better health.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Pun. Would you also then highlight, thank you, please, a round of applause for her. Thank you. If I can do a follow-up to that, can you highlight how CCRTS has helped?
The second part,
yes. In implementing or, starting up.
Yes. So the help has been tremendous, tremendous. I'm just going to give some examples. And from the beginning, when we start to plan for doing informed consent, so because this is the first clinical trial and we want to do it right, right before we had the training with Mr. Ibarra, Mark, okay? So Mark, before the informed consent actually occurred during the training, we were provided with the UTMB, the SOP, which is tremendously helpful. And then it talks about what we're supposed to do and what we are not. It also gives us a lot of guidance, and it actually kind of changed our approach in doing informed consent. Not trying to kind of quote unquote sell our study, but actually focus on the outcome. The intention is to improve their health, to empower them. So they want to join because they want to improve their health. Yeah, so that's just one example, but there are multiple examples like REDCap. Without your center, there is no way we can launch it in 2 months? There's no way. And then when we, this project was funded in September 2025, and so rapidly we need to train our individuals, and by the time they are hired, all these SOPs, the red cap, the infrastructure is already building up. So that has been tremendously helpful. Thank you.
We are very grateful, very, very grateful. Thank you so much. Dr. Poon, thank you again for highlighting, how CCRTS has played a tremendous role in your study. I will go back to you now, Ms. Aries, again as a member of the Community Advisory Board of CCRTS. Can you please let the community know what is the role of the CAB, which is the Community Advisory Board, in any study that CCRTS supports?
Okay, we are just extremely excited about this program and being a board member. And every time I go to a meeting, I'm just excited because I'm looking forward to hearing what's happening next and all the things that they have accomplished. We have helped by providing our expertise in reviewing consent forms and reviewing the research applications and providing comment and input based on community concerns and experiences, and providing feedback to them as well, and making sure that the research meets the needs of the community and that it's impactful.
Very, very good. And the formal way that we ensure that that is done, any study that we support is voted on. That's the only way to keep me honest, right? I said it earlier that we all have our biases as human beings, and we have to recognize that. So that's why there is no study that TSU CCRTS supports without a voted action led and fully supported by the CAB member. So we are just very grateful for that. Thank you very much. Ms. Sapp, I will come over to you. Does media, you are a media guru, right? Does media play a role in clinical research openness and engagement?
Absolutely.
And she's also a CAB member, by the way. She's also on our CAB, so yes.
Absolutely. It's one of the most underutilized tools in this space. Before a person even decides to go to the doctor, they are on social media, they are online, on Google, where anywhere that they can use their fingers to find out information before they get to you. And as experts that you all are, or have your lived experience, being able to use media as a way to distribute trusted information, as what we do with Amplify with Amanda Sapp, which is a podcast that I have at ASAP Media Group on YouTube, and then also too at 90.1 KPFT FM. And on those platforms, we've been able to share information that you all have by having guests like Dr. Veronica and her teammates to communicate, hey, participants, if you want to ask questions, you can. Well, we don't know that unless somebody in the media, if somebody tells the media platforms what the options are available to people who want to participate. And we already talked about what it's like to have that open communication, forums like this, Zoom opportunities, being able to share where people can listen or find you online or through websites or what have you. I think that when we put media at the top of the list of how we're going to educate participants in participating in clinical research, it is using social media as if it's TV, that they will scroll and continue to want to watch and learn and find out more information. So if you are someone who is wanting people to participate in clinical research, you have a voice, you have a platform, or you, then I'm going to encourage you to share information that is going to help people do what they need to do to live their most expansive lives through clinical research trials. So utilize the media platforms that are available to you. There's a lot of free ones. Dr. Cooper is on a lot of media platforms all the time, sharing good information about what he does with he's been on my platform. But it's up to you to go out here and as experts, to get on those platforms and share that information. It's also up to you as participants is let me go to the right platforms that are giving accurate information, who are taking the time to bring leaders from across the country to one place where you can get all of your information that you ever wanted to know. This conference is something that does that. You've been doing it 5 years. The fact that you started you were at TSU and decided it is time to expand to community, that takes time. Building blocks, building bridges, that is the trust that you have been able to get from community members, knowing that now we can go reach out to you. But at any rate, what I'm saying to you is, yes, media is important. Please keep it at the forefront of where and who's your audience. What kind of people need this information? And how are we targeting our message to them so that they can participate and in the long run get the help that they need? But then when they get that help, they're asking the questions that they've always wanted to ask because they know that they trust you enough to ask you those questions and not be fearful about doing so. I know I read on for a little bit on that, but it's just so important that we just search for the media platforms that are free. If you need to do some paid ones, fine, but it is so close. It's in your proximity. And you have experts and leaders who are willing to share the information, such as myself and my teammates here today, who are willing to share what information they can to build alongside you. And also know, too, that participants don't want to feel talked at. They want to feel like they are along this journey with you. Yes. They want to feel like they are making decisions about their health with you. So just those things to keep in mind as we, expand our reach, connect with participants who want to ask questions, who want to be involved, paid or not. That we just continue to maintain transparency and also utilize these media platforms that are available to share good information that will help expand a person's life.
Very well. Thank you so much. Absolutely, please. A round of applause for her. Because, because the social media space is very broad. It's something that I don't use personally, but I think professionally, have had to engage with it. And I want to give a big shout out to Constellation X team. We send them the information, they translate it and get it out on social media. And we are just very grateful to be able to partner, to leverage partnership. And thank you, ASAP Media, for opening up your platform for Mark, Akila, myself, and several of our team members to feature often to talk about trusted and needed information to the community. We are just very grateful, very grateful. Thank you.
Last thing I want to say,
yes.
I learned more from you guys being guests on my podcast than I would have just randomly, people say, oh, clinical research trial, get on the trial. I'm like, for what? But you guys helped explain it in a way that made me feel maybe I should participate in anything, something, so that I can be a member and, and share what I have learned with somebody else. You put it in chunks that is easily digestible. And that is what I appreciate most about this conference, about your teammates, about the people that you decide to put on panels. It makes it to where this makes sense. I should be involved. And yes, Tuskegee happened, but beyond that, there is resources, information, people that I trust, people who are in community, people who have done the research to make sure that all of this information that I ever wanted to know, I could just ask them. That's how you build bridges, build trust, build community, and expand, continue to move on. Beyond Tuskegee.
Exactly, beyond Tuskegee. That is really, really good. Thank you again. Thank you very much. Dr. Cooper, I'm going to come back to you now. Amanda Sapp mentioned earlier about the great work that you do in your organization. Would you please highlight some of your recent initiatives around clinical research engagement and community engagement in general? Thank you.
Well, the African American Male Wellness Agency, we are the health and wellness arm for the National Center for Urban Solutions. So we're not just here locally. We're representation in 25 cities across the country, with our home base being in Columbus, Ohio. We have the proud opportunity to partner with PCORI, the Patient Outreach Institute, on about 3 years ago to engage with a partnership with Methodist Hospital here locally at Yale University to launch the first and largest ever blood pressure study called Pressure Check. Pressure Check is a national entity with 5 cities that are combined in this research, clinical research, which is designed for each city to identify 360 individuals that suffer from high blood pressure. So my team, I have Ms. Shantina Williams, our program manager here with us today, who goes out, her team go out every day, and we're looking for constituents through our CAP members, which are our community-based organizations. We're looking for individuals to be a part of this study. This is a very important research for me because I suffer from hypertension, and so I'm also a part of the study. And so we're able to get on the phone daily with Methodists and do free telehealth check visits. There's a 6-month, a 12-month, an 18-month check-in with our community, with our CHWs, to make sure that we're helping individuals being educated on blood pressure, being maintained their healthy nutrition plans. Most importantly, make sure they have access. I think most time this underlying silent killer, people don't have access to doctors to find out what can they do. And I've probably found out more through a free telehealth check visit for a doctor to tell me, your doctor got you taking this kind of medication? Do you know that in African Americans, this medication, it goes up 1 month, it comes down 1 month. That's what the medication does. I said, well, my doctor never told me that, but I'm getting this free through a telehealth visit. And so this clinical trial has educated me more on something that's very personal to me, and it has allowed me to go out and institute an opportunity to be a voice to other individuals who suffer from hypertension. So we are so proud to be a part of this research clinical process, but most importantly, as an alumni of TSU, being a community advisory board, being able to bring those educational tools that I've learned through this research. I remember when we first talked about REDCap, I said, well, hey, this is going to be a very rigorous process. REDCap is a very educational tool that it moves every day. It's like a moving target metric chart. And so it's going to take a team of us to really be able to dive into that REDCap capacity to be able to, once this research is launched, to be able to make sure that we're giving the most informative information and we're giving the most data entry-level infrastructure that's going to be the most outcome for this research. So we're proud to be a part of this study. And again, as I stated, within the next 5 years, when this study is completed, this will be the largest blood pressure study known to mankind, that we will be able to give information back to the community to share with individuals how have people started with us at one number and be able to get to an 18-month trial study with us to be able to measure in metrics a balanced measurement study.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Cooper. Thank you very much. Dr. Poon, I have the last question for you. As a pharmacist and the PI on this clinical trial, how do you build trust with your patients, and also caregivers, considering, the patient population are elderly, to be able to support clinical research, enrollment, and retention?
Yes, so in the Check, Monitor, Control study, we also have a CAP, a Community Advisory Board. They consist of individuals also with high blood pressure, 55 years and older, and they are all community members. And we really engage them from the very beginning of the study, from creating flyer, testing our blood pressure kits, thinking about how to implement it, and also we ask them to engage them to be the channel to help us to advertise the study. So I think that relationship that is built with the CAP members, it really helps with recruitment, and it will help with retention. One example is one of the CAP member, after they got the final flyer, she actually hosts her own community event in her own little community. And then we were all in spring break, we didn't know, and we thought, oh, all of a sudden so many people sign up on that day. So it's amazing, like how much they, really take it as their own advocate in their own community, and then try to improve the health of their community. And we will continuously engage with them. And from the beginning to the end, from designing, implementation, evaluation, all the way to dissemination. This is our goal, and then we want them to be able and equip them to have that capability that at the end of the trial, they will be able to carry on and continue with it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's, true intentional engagement to where a CAB member is even hosting a social media party, if I could call it so, and boosting engagement on your study. What else could we ask for, right? It's been amazing. Really, really good. Well, that brings us to a close of this particular panel discussion, Beyond Tuskegee. And thank you again very much, everyone, for tuning in and joining us. And I will welcome back on stage the MC. Thank you, everyone.
Just a moment for a picture. I'll stand to the side. And while they take a picture, just speaking on a lot of these conversations and presentations that we're having today, it's really, and I was speaking with Dr. Kaspa, these efforts are to demystify what clinical trials are, right? And what they do and the promise that they bring, right? When you see like my peers taking a photo on stage, or some of the speakers that aren't here because they took time out of their days. Some of them were literally on the panel discussion on call, right? Where they're still like shuffling obligations, but they identified this as so important to be able to show up and be present. Clinical trials and the promise that it brings, it is a part of the hope work, right? Jeremiah 29:11, for I know the plans I have for you, declared the Lord, the plans to prosper you, not harm you, right? In a lot of ways, clinical trials and the research, this information is foundational for us to have necessary conversations as clinicians, right? So just a little bit more, because I'm a part of demystifying some of what the pharmaceutical companies do, because it's like, pharma, like, what do you do? So I work with Acadia Pharmaceuticals, and a lot of what we do beyond clinical trials is the publications, right? These clinical trials is one of many important steps that lead to clinical change, right? So we have these clinical trials, right? This creates data, right? Then after that, we write publications based on the data, right? And then we bring these to doctors for their consideration. Say, hey, when you meet with your patients, this is the latest and greatest data that we have concerning this therapeutic area, this disease, these types of patients. What do you think about this? Does this change your practice, right? Does this change the way that you consider having conversations with your patients, right? So with all of these initiatives that we have and the way that we move forward, right, this clinical research, and we're showing you all of the different mechanisms, work streams, different organizational collaborative efforts, just to be able to show you, like, we have nothing to hide. We want to work with you, and this work isn't effective without your participation, your active participation. So thank you so much to all the panelists. Let's give them another round of applause, please. Awesome. And then just go ahead and transition just a little bit here. As we talk about advocating for health advancement and proclamation, we have Jennifer Levier. Jennifer Levier serves as a senior policy advisor for Harris County Precinct 4 under Commissioner Leslie Briones. With a strong background in public health and data-driven evaluation, she helps bridge the gap between complex research and actionable government policy. Prior to her current role, she worked as a senior consultant supporting federally funded nonprofit organizations with data collection, analysis, and reporting. She also served as a senior research associate at the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center, conducting research in cancer biology and public health. She holds a master's in public health from Emory University and has focused her career on addressing systemic disparities through data-driven reform and effective local government programming. Please give a warm round of applause for Jennifer Levier.
Have enough hands. Thank you so much, and thank you for having me here today. Let me put those right there. Good afternoon. Thank you again. On behalf of Commissioner Leslie Briones and Precinct 4, I am honored to be here today, and especially at one of our many beloved community centers that we have. Before I get into my speech, I do want to take a little second to recognize the energy that has been at this conference so far. I really appreciate it. I feel it, and it's been really incredible. One reason that I'm here today, I would like to take a second as well, is to recognize the leadership of Dr. Ajewole and provide her certificate of recognition. Thank you. Thank you. And this is on behalf of Commissioner Briones and the whole Precinct 4 team. So Dr. Ajewole also led a maternal and child health educational workshop at one of our other community centers, Raddick Community Center, in January, as well as partnering with us here at Weekly Community Center to put on this conference. And we greatly appreciate your leadership and the entire Texas Southern University team. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
And then the team will join afterwards. I'm going to be Veronica today.
I was going to say.
Yes.
Like the whole team?
Yes.
Like the CMC people?
Yeah.
Come.
Some people. This is CSU, and then
I'm
Veronica. You CSU.
Pretend.
Yeah. It's a big team. Yes.
The podium is taped.
Oh, yeah, we can. Oh,
Yeah, so some people have to get on stage.
Young people.
You can just climb up.
You're part of the team. Because then he needs to hold it. It's the most important part of the team.
It should not go be easy.
I'm on this side too.
Oh, that's true. What line is?
Okay.
Let everybody get settled back in. Oof. If you can't tell, I don't do this often. As you saw, I spent a lot of time in a lab, so this is a different life for me. But I do want to highlight just a few things, and especially talking about maternal and child health. And again, thank you for your leadership in organizing this conference and in improving health outcomes in maternal and child health, and for your commitment to advancing clinical research while strengthening meaningful community engagement. It's so important, as everybody has talked about. The work happening at Texas Southern University is incredibly vital, and it ensures that research is not only conducted, but that it's communicated and that it's trusted and translated into real-world impact for the families that we all serve. What you do at TSU represents an important form of public health advocacy, if you haven't thought about it that way. By connecting research, education, and community voice, you are helping shape a more equitable health system, one where data informs action, and where communities are active participants in improving their health outcomes. You are also preparing the next generation of public health leaders who understand that impact requires both science and engagement with the community. At Harris County and Precinct 4, we are committed to that same vision. Together with Harris County Public Health, we take action every day to ensure that all residents, and especially our mothers and our children, are healthy, supported, and are able to thrive. And that means expanding access to care through our mobile health units, strengthening prevention efforts through health education classes and workshops, especially at our many community centers, and addressing long-standing disparities in maternal and child health outcomes through home visits with our maternal and child health programs. And I'm especially proud that Commissioner Briones, who is the first mother to represent Harris County Precinct 4, brings both her lived experience and her strong leadership to this work. Her perspective continues to elevate maternal health, family well-being, and stronger access to parental rights and supports across all of our communities. And as she often reflects, when women lead, we all win. That's because leadership grounded in care, experience, and equity strengthens outcomes for everyone. And I also recognize that there's still a lot of work to be done. But a critical foundational step was just taken. So just recently, we took a step in the process to build maternal and child health directly into the Harris County budget. It's not the finish line, but it's a starting point for substantial and sustained investment, expanded programming, and long-term commitment in this very important and critical space. There was also a semi-recently major win in advocacy for mothers and babies across the state of Texas. So effective in 2024, Texas expanded postpartum Medicaid and CHIP coverage from 2 months to 12 months for eligible mothers, including here in Harris County. And that took a lot of effort from our county staff, from Harris County Public Health, and from our leadership. This extension ensures that a full year of coverage after pregnancy ends, regardless of changes in the mother's income, and is a critical step toward improving maternal health outcomes and addressing preventable maternal mortality. And that progress is urgently needed. Texas continues to experience some of the highest maternal mortality rates in the nation. And that is especially persistently impacting Black women and other underserved communities. Too many families still face barriers to prenatal care, postpartum support, and consistent access to trusted health information. These realities make clear why continued advocacy, research, and investment have to go hand in hand, and why these relationships are so important. And in a difficult political and financial climate, I believe it's more important than ever that we recognize and lean into our individual strengths, not as separate efforts, but as pieces of a larger whole. Real progress does not happen in silos. It happens when we intentionally align our strengths to build a coordinated, cohesive health community that can meet this moment with clarity, resilience, and purpose. And that's why the work that you all are doing matters so deeply. By integrating clinical research with community engagement, you are helping actively close those gaps in trust and access while advancing better outcomes for all, especially mothers and children. So as I present the certificates of recognition, I really do so with sincere appreciation for your leadership, your partnership, and your commitment to advancing health equity in meaningful and lasting ways. So thank you for your work. Thank you to the entire team for partnering with us, for being here. Thank you for your advocacy, and congratulations to each of you today.
Thank you again to Precinct 4, and we appreciate that that vote of appreciation as well. Next on, I'm going to introduce again Dr. Jordan Simpson. Because we've already read his bio, I don't need to read that up again, but if you don't mind, I will introduce him for spoken word. And please pay attention, listen, because he is indeed blessed to have that gift of spoken word. Thank you. Please encourage him. Thank you.
So normally I would talk like this, but for the sake of people online, just know that I'm gonna be on mic. But before I get into the poem, I would just like to say a little bit more about my journey. I know I shared that I'm a rare disease patient, but at 16 years old, I was diagnosed with a rare autoimmune disease called neuromyelitis optica, which resulted in me losing all of my sight in my right eye. In faith, I believe that it will return. But at that point in time, there was no FDA-approved drug for my condition. So at that point, the conversations that I was having with my doctor was, I'm 16 years old, health literacy wasn't really like a term. I was a junior in high school, so it was just kind of like, I'm worried about prom, I'm worried about all these other things, right, my immediate future, right? And I think that is a component that I'd like to highlight. In the patient's journey, when you talk about their pathway to better health, you have to meet them where they are. And I was so grateful that pharmacists met me where I was. I went to go pick up my current therapy from CVS Pharmacy. And he was like, hey, you're on prednisone, and like, it was like, do you understand how like that can affect you in the long term? And I never really knew, right? So him meeting me where I was in my health literacy journey meant the world to me, because it helped me, to the best of my ability, curve those side effects. So bringing that back to my doctor, I was like, hey, well, so what are my options, right? And he was like, well, we're leaning on the clinical research. Okay, what does that mean? And it was those types of conversations over years at Texas Children's Hospital that really challenged the way I thought about my career in medicine. It was one of the more impacting experiences that allowed me to switch from medical school to pharmacy school, because I was so interested in the drug development process. If there is no current therapy that's FDA approved for my condition, well, why isn't there? Does anybody care about me as a patient, right? Like, do they look into patients like us, right? And that type of feeling of invisibility is what the absence of clinical research does, right? So when we talk about the promise of clinical research, we are a part of the hope work, right? All of these people, both seen and unseen. I know that people, the community at large, was probably informed on a lot of things, terms, organizations, work streams, workflows that they've never heard of before. So when you say clinical trial, you're unlocking an entire new world. You're meeting people that have vested interest, whether it's their family members, whether it's them themselves that have been impacted by a diagnosis that was supposed to have a certain end for them, right, with the current therapies, right? But that hope work of clinical research, it says that we will not stop here, right? We will not just accept things the way that they are. We will push towards innovation while keeping people safe to the best of our abilities, right? So when you say clinical trials, to me, it reverts me back to a time when I didn't have the information that I have, when I didn't understand the hope work that comes with clinical trials. And my poem right now will share my patient journey and how I've navigated clinical trials, and being now a direct beneficiary of the promise of clinical trials. There are now 4 drugs approved for my condition that are sustaining me to this day. And it has really revitalized the way that I position myself within the pharmaceutical industry. Yes, I work for a pharmaceutical company, but a lot of what I've learned about the drug development process, the promise of clinical trials, what you do with the results of the clinical trials, has really revitalized the energy that I have towards being able to educate the community about it. Right? We ask simple questions at the end of the day when it comes to clinical trials. How does this affect patients? How can we keep them safe? Right? There are more questions that we have to ask, but those are umbrella questions, right? And then when we bring this information to doctors, clinicians, healthcare institutions, insurance companies, so then we make sure that the drug can be funded, right? We say, hey, does this benefit your patients? What more information do you need so that this can be available to your patients, right? What other considerations do you want to have in mind? All of this comes in a really full circle moment that says everything that we do, whether it's a IRB, whether it's a safety signal or protocol that needs to be amended, whether it's a inclusion criteria, whether it's an exclusion criteria, whether it's a primary endpoint, secondary endpoint, all of these things, it comes with you in mind, right? We think about the patients day in and day out, and there are a lot of people that are behind this work that work tirelessly to ensure that we can have an answer when a 16-year-old patient walks into a doctor's office and says, well, this didn't work, what can I try next, right? So with that being said, my poem is about remission. It talks a little bit more about my autoimmune disease, but it shares a little bit more about how I stay focused on the hope work. So a halfway house, when a prisoner is released to a halfway house, it is a chance to practice life before re-entering society, an opportunity to reinvent themselves from what they were to what they can be. Not every prisoner is eligible for release, and I have yet to find studies that have proven halfway houses prevent repeat offenders. I want to call it a memory, a blur, a high school diagnosis, when doctors told me before I could conjure a future for myself that I have been sentenced, I felt a juvenile detention center opening its doors for the first time. Neuromyelitis optica. In rare disease, a chronic illness can detain you. Most serve life sentences in science. In our cells, we learn not everyone is eligible for a cure. But when enough test results come back negative for me to be eligible for parole, when I haven't relapsed in over 10 years, when my medical history becomes that history, my body became a halfway house. Remission is an outpatient visit. Regression is a lost hope. Every 6 months, immunosuppressive treatments became lessons in freedom that it is an earned thing, but when everything seemed okay. When I finally gave into a plan, I became familiar with the term relapse. For the past 9 years, when people have asked me, how are you, it became easier to say that my life is falling apart when a degenerative nerve disease leaves you in pieces. I learned remission feels a lot like taking off shackles, but cured feels like a record sealed. I can say I lived the first day when I said I was okay, and I believed it. On the days my arms and legs go numb, when the vision I have left begins to fade, the days my body wages war on myself, my hazard ratio hangs in the balance every morning. On the days my hazard ratio hangs in the balance every morning, I'm accepting this body as a clinical trial. I'm reminded remission is a walk amongst landmines. Being sick has a certainty that makes being healthy insufficient. I want to say that I'm okay, but how am I sure? What is healing? Is it a treatment option deferred? My doctors say they don't know, that my disease is as unexplainable as a miracle. But this has always been my answer to when science fails me, be it the test or otherwise fitting, when they call us patients and all we do is wait for results. Looking like faith lives here. My diagnosis was not my choice, but the life I live now is my gift. I won't wait for data readouts or FDA approvals to approve of this joy, so I give the health insecurity back this time. I believe in what I can be, and I am cured this time, and I am healed this time. I'm living in this halfway house of a believer, like this work to make myself worthy of a life worth living can't be disproved. Thank you. With everything that clinical trials do, with all that comes into the promise of clinical trials and the hope work that is tirelessly done by everyone, both seen and unseen, organizations that work globally and locally to ensure that we have answers for patients when they ask what their options are. I implore everyone. There was a question earlier today of how can I convince my family of the hope work or of clinical trials that I can participate, right? One, talking about the opportunity, right? When we talk about the drug development process, and this is just my platform, this is my soapbox as a pharmaceutical industry sponsor. I will say, when we talk about, let's take oncology research, right? When it takes about 8 to 10 years for a drug to get approved, in that 8 to 10 years out of like preclinical, right, the phase 0 through 4, right, there are so many considerations, but there are also so many patients that are in between those 8 to 10 years that are waiting and hoping for an option, right? So one, clinical trials is an opportunity to potentially benefit from innovation before it's been FDA approved, right? While you're in that waiting period, give yourself a chance, right? It's one of those stepping in faith opportunities, one. Two, I know it has been significant conversations around safety and the safeguards and the parameters, right? The way that we acknowledge our history is the way that we create safeguards and structure today, right? The IRBs, all of these different laws that have been enacted. These are these different pathways to ensure that what the past is not repeated, right? And behind all of this, you have clinicians that are behind this work. When you talk about pharmaceutical companies, I know it's kind of like, well, it's kind of like the Wizard of Oz, like who's in the background, right? When you talk about the pharmaceutical companies, you have retired clinicians, physicians who have volunteered themselves out of their practice to get in positions to be consultants for pharmaceutical companies and said, look, based on my 20, 30 years of experience, this is how you need to, this is what I offer as far as clinical trial design. This is the considerations that you need to have, or when you talk about your patients. This is what we need to write about when we talk about these publications. These are these forward-thinking thoughts that we need to have in order to make sure that patients have answers, clinicians have answers, right? You have clinicians that can't go to conferences and go across the world and hear about everything that everyone's doing. So let's make sure that these publications can reach those people, right? So that now we can have more effective discussions, right? They make sure that clinicians are informed, right? In a couple of months, I will be, in a couple of months, I'll be training clinicians on our research to say, hey, when you meet with your peers, this is how you can connect with them, right? So there's so many efforts, both seen and unseen. Clinical research is one of the most important steps in participation. Nothing happens without participation. So thank you all so much. So with that, how much? Yeah, 5 minutes break? All right, so enough to get up, stretch your legs. Everybody say brief. Brief break. All right, 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
Hello, hi. Thank you. We have just one more session left. Can we please start making our way to our seats? Thank you. Please let's start making our way to our seats.
All righty, everyone. Can we start making our way back? Can we start making our way back, please? All righty, I'll just give everybody a second to take your seats again, reclaim your seats. And before we move on, before we introduce Dr. Goodman, I would definitely love to just thank everyone for your active participation. Thank you so much for all of your questions. Thank you so much for your applause. Thank you so much for everyone being attentive to all of the sessions that we had going on. A lot of great information. So I sincerely hope that you found something valuable from all of the different discussions and the discussions we have yet to encounter today. So thank you so much for joining us in such needed conversations and information that could really change the way we think about clinical trials. So let's continue the day with institutional greetings from Provost Dr. Carl B. Goodman. So he is Provost and Senior Vice President for Academic Affairs at Texas Southern University. He holds a PhD in Pharmacology and Toxicology from Florida A&M University and completed postdoctoral training as an NIH Fellow at the National Institute on Drug Abuse. With nearly 30 years of experience in higher education, he has held leadership roles at Bowie State University and Florida A&M University, overseeing academic programs, accreditation, and research initiatives. Dr. Goodman has extensive experience with grant-funded research and is committed to advancing academic excellence and expanding research opportunities for students and faculty. So please help me in introducing and celebrating Dr. Carl B. Goodman.
Good afternoon, everybody. How you all doing out there today? I want to thank you all for being here, and definitely on behalf of our amazing president, Dr. James W. Crawford III. We have over at least 700 outstanding faculty members, definitely over 1,000 committed staff members, and really our 8,400 strong student body. I bring you greetings, number one, on behalf of Texas Southern University. I want to thank you, number one, for allowing me to be here and to give greetings. This is something dear to my heart when I look at just community engagement and really the impact of my institution, Texas Southern University, working around the greater Houston area as well as within our third ward of Houston itself. I come from humble beginnings as a young lad, from, as I would tell people, the greatest city that God has ever made, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. But I'm also truly blessed to be here in Houston and to be among some outstanding people here at Texas Southern University, and really just amazed about being here in the Houston area. But one of the things that I do is that when I had an opportunity really to grow and learn, my interest is always in the area of healthcare, and not really understanding in terms of the impact of the people I grew up with, the opportunities. When you talk about really kind of like about health disparities and things that really impacted our communities. And one of the unique things was really having really people who were coming into the community really to kind of tell us about how to engage in health, how to really look at diseases that really were impacting us more so than anyone else. And then really that advocacy that really I kind of learned as I was growing and moving forward. And I'm really pleased again in terms of being here at Texas Southern University in particular, because as was mentioned in my bio, I had an opportunity really to be trained at Florida A&M University and then become a faculty member there. And one of the things that I always wanted to do really was try to get that university, my alma mater, to really look at clinical trials. To me, that's one of the most important pieces when you look at just health in general, and you look at really the pharmaceutical industry and the impact that it has really in correcting a lot of the health outcomes that are important to our community at large. And so we look at Texas Southern University in particular, and the team that we have here that really assembled really an opportunity really to provide clinical trials. And when most people talk about clinical trials, for the most part, they always talk about the importance of really not having minorities involved in these clinical trials. And most of the times it's because people say, again, because the individuals who are doing the clinical trials don't look like us. They don't talk like us. And there's some skepticisms that always are there in terms of really the impact of, does it really work or does it not work? And so having an opportunity really to be engaged in our communities like this here really is important. And so really I just want to say thank you really for giving us this opportunity really to talk about clinical trials, really to talk about the things we're doing here at Texas Southern University. We have, like I said, we have some amazing individuals from Dr. Algewali to Dr. Olehi and their team, particularly in the College of Pharmacy. So if there's anything that I can personally do to really make sure that, again, that we're getting the word out, that we can definitely assure you that, again, the things that we're doing as far as providing clinical trials and really addressing health disparities, again, that Texas Southern University is at the forefront. We definitely want to make sure that we're partnering with you and making sure that you feel comfortable with us as well. So thank you again for allowing me to be here, and hoping that this is also a great event that's going on today. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Goodman. I think it's amazing that we can always have an opportunity to recognize the support that we have, right? Because the support that we have from people who are upholding all of the good work that we're doing truly makes a difference. So as we prepare to move towards our next panel discussion, talking and focusing more on community member clinical trial participation and what we can do more so to support clinical trials, I'd love to introduce our panel here, starting with Jorge Olvera. So Jorge Olvera is Director of Outreach at the Alzheimer's Association in Houston in Southeast Texas, focusing on community health and senior services. He develops programs addressing social determinants of health, including food access and other barriers to care. Jorge has served on multiple nonprofit boards and committees in the Houston area, contributing to initiatives that expand the reach and impact of Alzheimer's services. He holds a Master's of Social Work from the University of Houston and brings extensive experience in community engagement and program development for diverse populations. Please give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. There's some stairs for that. All righty. Next up, we have Charlene Upshaw. So Charlene Upshaw Hollins is a senior research quality coordinator at MD Anderson Cancer Center with 33 years of experience in clinical research. She is dedicated to advancing cancer research and promoting participation in clinical trials. Charlene's work emphasizes community education, proactive health management, and the importance of clinical research for improving patient outcomes. A graduate of Texas Women's University, she brings extensive expertise in research quality, protocol implementation, and patient engagement, drawing on both professional experience and personal insight from her own cancer journey. Please give her a round of applause. How's that? You don't have to hop over either. All righty, so next up we have Akila Adams. So Akila Adams is a clinical research, translational sciences, and community engagement coordinator at Texas Southern University. She holds an executive master's of public administration from Texas Southern University and is trained as a nationally certified pharmacy technician, community health worker, and phlebotomist. You have been busy. With over 10 years of experience in public health and clinical research, she supports community engagement and clinical research initiatives. Her training includes mental health first aid through the National Council for Mental Wellbeing and HIV workforce development. Her work focuses on advancing research operations, health education, and community-based program implementation. Please give her a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. You've been busy. All righty, and we have Robin Green. So Robin Green is a state of Texas certified community health worker with over 20 years of experience in health education, specializing in mental health. She holds a master's degree in health education from Texas Southern University and serves as a health promotion specialist at the Center on the Family, Aging, and Intergenerational Resources. Robin manages mental health assessments, conducts outreach, establishes community partnerships, and facilitates service navigation. She is also the founder of Wanda Azine Wellness Center, a nonprofit supporting life enrichment and after-school programming across the greater Houston area. Please give us a round of applause as she makes her way to the stage. All righty. So as we start this panel discussion, please bring your eyes to the stage.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, and thanks again for the wonderful introduction. It is certainly a pleasure to be here with each and every one of you, so thank you for making the commitment to being here this afternoon, this on a Saturday, and certainly staying this far into the program. Each of you, thank you for doing that. We're going to go ahead and get started. I want to thank you, the three of you, for your willingness to share your experience, willingness to share your thoughts, and willingness to be vulnerable, especially those of you who have participated in clinical trials before, to share what it looks like on the other side. So we're going to get started here with one of our first questions, and we're going to primarily focus at the beginning on trial participants. So Ms. Upshaw, one of the first questions we want to ask is, how did clinical trials research help you on your health journey? And if you can share about your health journey, that would also be helpful as well.
So being in the field, working in the field for all the years that I had been, I knew the importance of clinical trials. And it becomes very different when it's personal, But for me, it had been personal for a while, having lost my father, uncle, my grandfather, and a baby brother, all to various forms of cancer. So then my diagnosis, it was very important from the onset that I went in saying, what clinical trial can I participate in? But I knew I was in a different area than most people because I had knowledge already. I knew the importance of clinical trial participation, and that's where the challenge comes in. So in my journey, I wanted to continue because when you're on the opposite side, when you hear the word, your tests were positive, you have cancer, when you hear those words, you're on a different side of the coin now. So in my journey, I wanted to continue my dedication in what I do to help other people, but now it's even more personal because it's me, and I wanted to learn even more in my journey in regards to research and how I can share that information and get people that look like me to understand. It is very, 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 very important that we participate in clinical trials because we don't know what works for us if, and I know this is not correct grammar, if us don't participate in the clinical trials.
And that's very important. I think that's one of the resounding messages today is understanding that in order for therapies to be available, to be developed, especially by our pharmacists in the room, we need to be able to have representation, right? And we've seen the representation really changes things. I'm not a political person, but in 2008 we had the selection of first African American president, and that's what representation looks like, right? When people show up to those spaces that in the past they perhaps have not, right? And in this case, being involved in clinical trials in order to create health equity, right? One of the things you mentioned, one of the words that I'm going to hang on to that you mentioned is journey, because it ultimately is a journey, right? From the beginning to end.
Yeah, because once you get diagnosed with cancer, even once you have overcome it, and I declare I have overcome it, and I will never have another positive test result again. And I go next week, y'all, for an assessment, so I'm already saying it's gonna be good. But it's a journey because life changes. It's one of those life-changing moments. Like you understand what's the priority in life, what's really important when you're at that verge of it could go either way. And so I always called it a journey, and I'm going to be on this journey until I'm no longer in the earthly realm, and I'm saying in the next 50 years. But yeah, it's a journey, and so with any journey, there's phases to the journey. And as I go, every step I take in a journey, I'm trying to bring somebody with me or help somebody to understand. I know it's scary. It is very scary. As much knowledge as I had, when I heard those words about me, fear came in and anxiety came in. But at the end of the day, we have to do, you have to do a selfless thing sometimes. Because it might not benefit you. Yeah. But what about the next generation and the next generation?
And it may not be so selfless, especially in situations where you have multiple generations of people diagnosed with a certain disease or a certain, something. To that extent, and I'm going to move over to Ms. Adams here, you're consistently out in the Houston community, and you're connecting folks through research opportunities through the clinical registry that you guys have at the Center for Biomedical and Minority Health Research. From your experience, what approaches have been effective in recruiting and engaging the community?
I would like to think of myself as a people's person. And I think in clinical research, when you're engaging with participants or possible participants, it's important to be a people's person because this is their health. Whether it's a therapeutic medication or it's just a medical device or a behavior clinical trial, you have to be able to relate to the population of people that you're dealing with. Even if you don't come from the same story as they come from. You need to, before I go out into the community, I just kind of do some research, what's going on in the area, what's going on in certain parts of Houston, so that when I am going out speaking to these people, I'm able to connect with them in a way. And once I develop that connection, it's just a continuing process. They may not want to sign up for the clinical trial the clinical trial registry the first time I go out. But when they see me next month or next week, they see my face. I don't just go one time. I'm going back in that community, developing and retaining that relationship. And it's so important.
I think what I hear you say is cultural competence, right? It's an understanding who you're speaking with, being able to meet them where they are at all times. I think cultural competence, I think even for those of us who are both in academia as well as those of us who are in the medical space, making sure that we understand the people that are in the room across from us. One thing that we always talk about at the Alzheimer's Association, we always encourage our researchers to understand is that when we're in those spaces, we're in those clinical spaces, there is both room for faith and there is room for science, right? And we can do both things at the same time. And as we do those things, we develop that trust. And it's that trust that you're talking about.
I agree.
Showing up regularly, showing up to events, showing up to activities that are happening in the community and developing that trust. And trust building takes a long time. It's an investment. And so once you develop that trust, then you offer, and then you ask, right? That's the way to approach. And Ms. Green, you have participated in clinical research and in a clinical trial. Tell us a little bit about how that trust has, encouraged you to participate and how that journey was for you.
Well, I'd like to say that first of all, my sister is a patient advocate, and I have always been in the field of health education in one form or another. So the knowledge was there, but the opportunity had never presented itself. And I got a phone call one morning from my sister saying that we're having an opportunity today at my church that I thought you would be interested in. And she said it's associated with a clinical trial. So I went to Windsor Village, United Methodist Church, and the setting was pretty much like this. They had a panelist and they had speakers, and they were talking about clinical trials and the importance of us African Americans participating because we're so underrepresented. But the difference was that at the end of that presentation, they had on site the people from Walgreens to actually take your information and get you started in the clinical trial. And that's how it happened for me. And I found that it wasn't scary, that they didn't ask a lot from me, that I didn't have to necessarily take any kind of drug in my body that I would even feel apprehensive about. They just wanted me to do a weekly survey and answer some questions and have some blood drawn periodically through the year. So it was something that I think the opportunity, the people, the place, and the time were right for me. And now I'm a part of TSU's registry. And I can spread the word to my family and friends that it's not something that you have to be afraid of. You can be comfortable and understand that you can trust the process. And another thing that happened today, Ms. Adams here, as a community health worker and being in the community, I know the importance of being there. And when I walked in this morning, she said, "Good morning, Ms. Green, how are you?" And that opened me up to receive everything else that was presented today. Just the fact that she knew my name. And that made a big difference in everything that I've received today. So that personal connection is very important.
Absolutely. And again, it goes back to that trust, right? That investment of time and energy you have done over time by showing up regularly, making sure that you're there for, again, each and every event that you can. The more that, I think for trialists and for those of us who are in research, the more that we're there, the more trust that we build, and the and,
Mm-hmm.
the easier it is to encourage people to participate. I think one of the things that you mentioned, and I'm a huge advocate for the community health worker model, because it's an important step in the research process, right? And it's probably one of the most important steps is creating that trust. And you talked about trust, and so thank you for being a community health worker. Again, it's a model that I think is going to lead those of us in research into the future of research. It's that very initial community engagement that's done through the community health model,
Yes.
so community health worker model. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
We're going to move here to Ms. Upshaw once again. You also work obviously at MD Anderson, right? And so through your work, if you could tell us a little bit about the benefits of clinical trials to the broad population. We've talked about your individual participation. What do you see from the MD Anderson perspective in terms of the broad population in clinical trials?
Well, the perspective is really not much different from the personal perspective. We're finding out things. We're finding out what works and what doesn't work. We're finding out what group of people that certain things work for and certain things don't work for. And so with the broad population, it's pretty much the same as just an individual. What works? What's working for this ethnic group versus that ethnic group? Because we're all different. And DNA is different. And so it matters. It matters that, Asians and Caucasians and African Americans and, all shades of people participate in clinical trials. And then to have that, the personal contact and the personal aspect of it, all those things collectively together help us paint a picture of what things look like and what works and what we need to do, where we need more, more focus, areas we need to focus more on, areas we need to work more in. But I think the broad population, just like an individual, is helped because the more people participate in clinical trials. Look, everything we ingest, everything we do, the makeup women wear on their face, the Tylenols, the regular things we don't even think about, all those things underwent a clinical trial. And when I had positions where I worked face-to-face with patients, I would tell some people, if you read the possible side effects from Tylenol or Benadryl or ibuprofen, you probably wouldn't take another Tylenol again in life. But everything starts with a clinical trial. And we know what we know because 10 years ago, 15 years ago, 20 years ago, somebody was like, hey, you know what? Let me participate in this trial. Might not work for me, might not benefit me, but I'm children, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, neighbors, whatever, it might help somebody else. So for the broader population, it's really not much different than, for a personal individual.
I'm glad you bring that up, sort of alluding to the history of clinical trials. It's been both pretty and it's been pretty ugly as well, right? And so you're right, a lot of those therapies, someone had to go through that. One thing that I always get reminded of is in the history of the United States, especially in the history of research, there was a time when diseases like HIV or AIDS were a death sentence, right? We in the 70s, people thought, as soon as you were positive for HIV, that was going to be the end of life. Today, people will live a full life, right? There was a time when cancer was a death sentence, and there was no cure, right? And today we have cures. We have cures for dozens of different types of cancers, right? All of that, clinical trials. And so I think that as we continue to move forward, that's going to be the resounding message. The more that we're involved, the more that we can address those things that are really affecting, I think, humanity across the board. So,
and if I could just say one quick thing, and I also tell most time when we think about clinical trials, we think about the adult population, but there's a pediatric population, and I worked for 2.5 years at a children's hospital in pediatric oncology. There's a pediatric population as well. And they too, the difference is parents and guardians have to make those decisions of whether or not those children will participate in clinical trials. And I think sometimes we just kind of don't think about it because we really don't want to think about kids having to deal with these kind of things, but they do. but also it's that pediatric population as well that have to do clinical trials. So we know because what works for adults doesn't work for children.
Yeah, and so that's the diversity that there is in each and every one of us, right? And it's the importance, again, of every different person participating, because you may have two sisters, but you're so different from both of your sisters, and each of you experience life in a different way. Each of you may develop, diseases, or may develop, just naturally in a different way. So that's the importance. Not every one person is the same as the one next to them. Ms. Adams, you're a pharmacy technician, and you've interacted directly with patients in different settings, both in the community as well as in the healthcare space. How has that experience shaped the way that you talk to community members? How has your experience in both of those, the community and the health space, affected the way that you talk to them?
For me, well, as a pharmacy technician, I started out in a community pharmacy in Fifth Ward. And those of you who are familiar with what's going on in Houston, you know there's a big cancer cluster there. So the whole reason I applied to that pharmacy is because of my public health background. I'm like, oh my God, there's a cancer cluster. I know it's going to be a whole bunch of other health disparities there. I want in on this community because I want to help and be a part of the difference. And when I started there, I noticed these are people that live here. They don't have a Walmart. They don't have a Dollar General. They come to the pharmacy I worked at to get everything. And it helped me to develop a personal relationship with them beyond the pharmacy. And so because of that, they began to learn me. I learned them. They could trust me. I could trust them. We could have these conversations that went beyond, okay, you're just coming to pick up your medication. I'm like, now, well, have you ever thought about being a part of a clinical trial? Because sometimes they'll tell me as a technician or the pharmacist, hey, this, and that is also going on with me. And the pharmacist is having consultations with them. Have they talked to their provider about this as well? So that's an opportunity for me to let them know, hey, there's also clinical research. Talk to your provider about signing up for a clinical trial. Have these conversations with your provider. Maybe if they don't already host clinical trials in their clinic, because of you, they could. And so that has allowed me to develop a relationship with them on a pharmacy basis and a clinical research basis and a community health worker basis because of the knowledge I have, and I just pour into my community, but I know how to pour into them because not everyone understands these big medical terminology, the big words. Sometimes you have to break it down to a way that they understand it, especially working in a community where the graduation rate is not that high. So people don't have the knowledge, so you have to be able to communicate with them in a way where they can understand, but they can also trust you. And then you can give them the information to go back to take to their doctor or to their family or their caregiver.
What I'm hearing, and actually I heard it from the both of you, is the word advocacy, because what you're doing is advocating just in a different manner. You're advocating with your peers, with your neighbors, encourage them to participate with your church members, and so you're advocating in your community, and you're doing it in the same way, but you're also advocating internally within your industry. You're advocating within your profession. Encouraging even, I would imagine, your medical director to talk about clinical trials, bring them into the clinic, right? And so advocacy goes both ways. It goes outward into the community, but it also goes kind of up the ladder, if you will, into the industry and into the profession. One thing that I heard you talk about, especially when you talk about community members coming into the clinic, is the importance of risk reduction, right? Making sure that, hey, look, you're here for your medicine, but let's talk about food access and how that may reduce your risk for a certain, for diabetes or high blood pressure or for, some other chronic illness. And so risk reduction and education is what I heard, that you're also adding value to their experience in the clinic, right? You're not just here to pick up your clinic, your meds. We exchange and then you go. It's more of a transformational relationship you're having with your patients there. So thank you for doing that. I'm going to move to Ms. Green. You've attended community engagement events at Texas Southern University, and you've been involved, over the course of your experience with the group. Tell me a little bit about what has influenced from the TSU side. What has helped that TSU has done for you to keep you engaged and to keep you encouraged in this fight, if you will?
I still say the personality speak part of it. Mark has made sure that he communicated with me very well and made the process of me being on this panel easy and simple. And Dr. Veronica and Dr. Elueli, always, whenever I see them on campus, they make me feel comfortable and welcome. And it's that personality piece that we have on campus at TSU. We are a family, and we do work together, and we strive for the excellence that TSU stands for in every way possible. Like I say, it's that personality piece. And even when I was in the clinical trial, from the person who first took my information in to the the nurses at the pharmacy that drew my blood, they were all very personal and kept in contact with me and made me feel comfortable and safe to ask any kind of questions that I needed. And they worked around my schedule and made themselves available to me. And that was very important part of it.
And so what you're saying is that there has to be grace, right? There has to be grace, and there has to be that personality, that personal connection, if you will. And I think all of us can do that. You know, oftentimes researchers don't always represent the community that they're trying to do research in, but there is an opportunity for them to humble themselves, and for us to humble ourselves as well, and say, look, this person may not look like me. Maybe they speak a different language. Maybe they look, they're a different tone of color, as you were saying. But if they're humble, if they're coming to you with grace, if they're coming to you simply asking you, to participate in bringing their humanistic selves to the door, I think it makes a huge difference. And it goes back to what we were talking about earlier, which is that cultural competence and that trust that has to be developed.
Building
Absolutely.
trust. And that's how you build it.
Yeah.
One action at a time. You build trust.
And it starts with good morning, right? That's exactly
Yes,
where it starts.
It does.
It starts with that good morning you got today. We're going to have just one more question for each of us as we're kind of coming down on time here. But start with Ms. Upshaw here. You're a clinical trial participant, but you also kind of work in the space, right? What do you tell others to participate in clinical trials? We've heard from this end of the conversation, but I want to hear from you. What do you tell others? How do you empower them?
I just have conversations with people, with family members. I've had family members since me that have had diagnosis of not just cancer but other medical illnesses, and I was like, let's see if there's a clinical trial that you can participate in. And I just keep reiterating to not dwell on what you've heard in the past, the negative that you heard, because it's there, it exists. But to look forward and just to think about now how this might help others, but how it might help you. And it's just conversations, just having conversations with people at their level, like she just said, at their level.
Absolutely.
Just conversation. And sometimes we make it complicated, and it's not complicated, just talking.
And some of that may just be fear. And it's sometimes it's fear based on not knowing. It's a lack of knowledge. It's not that you know and just, you're afraid of it. It's you simply don't know, right? And so once you open that door for the first time, it definitely creates an opportunity for people to be engaged.
Yes.
Ms. Adams, as a community health worker actively engaged across this entire city of Houston, what are the most common concerns you hear about clinical trials? Like, what are the barriers? What are people saying? What are they afraid of?
A lot of people say that it's because of what happened in Tuskegee, but I think a lot of people still don't know what clinical trials are, what clinical research is. And so that's been my biggest thing, just the education part. This is what clinical research is. This is how you can be a part of it. Even if you don't want to sign up for a trial now or for the registry now, here's the education. Pass it forward. If you're not interested, I'm sure you know someone who could benefit from it. So that's the biggest thing for me, is just them telling me, well, I don't know what this is. just educating them what it is. And sometimes that's all you can do is just provide the education. It's like planting the seed. They may not want to sign up now, but it could be something 5 years later. Something could happen to them. They could be like, oh, I remember that community health worker told me about clinical research. Let me tell my doctor this. You plant the seed and you pass it forward.
As you're thinking about what you're saying about planting a seed, one of the important things about clinical trials is that I think all of us should always encourage people to understand that clinical trials doesn't always mean that they're gonna be going to a hospital, or they're gonna be having a blood drawn. Sometimes it's as easy as answering a survey once a week. They want to know about your lifestyle, and I go back to that risk reduction, right? Understanding the importance of risk reduction, understanding lifestyles. The Alzheimer's Association finished a project called the U.S. Pointer Study that's given us the most information we've ever had about reducing the risk of developing dementia in the U.S. population. And all of the entire study, the U.S. Pointer Study, entirely about lifestyles, really understanding what people eat, how they exercise, how they sleep, how much time they spend smoking or drinking, any of those activities. That's also a clinical trial, right? Just really understanding how people live their lives. It doesn't mean that they have to have blood drawn, or you have to go into a doctor 20 times a week or anything like that. And of course, there are benefits oftentimes in being involved in clinical trials. So always important to find the right one. One thing I want to highlight about the clinical research registry, and one thing that I think it's important to mention, is that essentially what it does is it's a connector. It's a connector for researchers and people who are out in the community. And so you may think, I don't qualify, no one's looking for me. There's absolutely a researcher out there looking for someone like you. There's a researcher working on a trial with women. There's a researcher looking at men. There's one looking at men over 50. There's one looking at LGBTQ members of the community. There's one looking at caregivers. There's one looking at people with blonde hair. I don't know. But there is a researcher for you out there, I promise you. If there is love for each of us out there, there is a researcher as well. We're going to move on to our last question, and this is going to be for Ms. Green here. If there is someone in the audience right now that's on the fence about joining a clinical trial, what do you tell them?
Well, first thing I tell them, that if you join, you can stop at any point that you feel uncomfortable, or if there's something that they ask you that you don't want to share, you don't have to. I think that's the biggest thing for me, is that they may think that once they get in, they can't get out. And you can, And once again, I would just like to talk about the fear stage of it. Clinical trials haven't been perfect, but what is perfect? In all phases and forms of our life, we have setbacks on this journey. You talked about it being a journey. We try some things, they work. We try something different. Even like they say, if you go to McDonald's once and they mess up your order, you don't stop going to McDonald's, period. You still go back, And I know that education and opportunity. We know that education is power. So for us to get out in the community and give people education and let them know that this is available to them. And sometimes people are persuaded by the monetary incentives that come along with clinical trials, because we don't know what your position is. I thought that I wouldn't be eligible because of my age. I thought I wouldn't be eligible because of previous diagnosis that I had. I thought that I wouldn't be eligible because I was Black. But I found out that these weren't necessarily determinants. and that, like you said, they could still find a study. I just was speaking to someone about a study, and they were looking for people that were over 65 years old. So I think education is power. And the more we make ourselves active in the community, and the more people we reach out to and talk to and bring the opportunity to them, they may not be as afraid as we think they are if we'll just bring them the opportunity and give them a try.
There it is. Thank you so much for Green. Again, resounding message. The opportunity is needed, and knowledge is power. I think I remember that from going back to elementary school, and it was burned into my brain. Knowledge is power, certainly. So thanks to each of you for participating in this panel. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for being vulnerable and allowing us to learn about your journey and empowering us to continue in our own journey, right? And so today's research conference is part of that journey. So thank you to each of you. We're going to move on to the next part of our session. So thank you. Excuse me.
Oh, a photo. Well, you've heard it from clinical trial participants themselves, so what else can you say, right? With their experience, extremely valuable. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Transitioning now, Dr. Suleiman Lalani, State Representative for District 76. He could not be here today, so his representative now will be here to speak on his behalf. But just here as well, to learn a little bit more about Dr. Lalani. He is a physician and member of the Texas House of Representatives, representing House District 76 in Fort Bend County, including Sugar Land, Stafford, Richmond, and Meadows Place. Elected in 2022, he serves on several legislative caucuses, including Technology and Innovation, Texas Energy, Texas Water, Women's Health, and Nuclear. Dr. Lalani has practiced medicine in the greater Houston area for more than 2 decades and is quadruple board certified in internal medicine, geriatric medicine, and hospice and palliative medicine. He is currently serving on the 89th Texas legislature while continuing his longstanding commitment to healthcare and public service. Please welcome his representative now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. It is an honor to be with you here today for this annual Clinical Research and Engagement Conference. My name is Niall Lalani. Representative Lalani could not be here today and expresses his condolences, but I have his prepared remarks. Representative Lalani is a physician and has the privilege of serving as state representative for House District 76. And we want to begin by thanking Dr. Ajewole, the leadership of Texas Southern University, and everyone who helped organize this important conference. What stands out to Representative Lalani about this work is that it sits at the intersection of health, trust, education, and community. The center provides quality information, community resources, health education, and greater access to clinical research. And that kind of work matters deeply because health advancement does not happen through science alone. It also depends on relationships, credibility, and trust. And that is exactly why this conference matters. The theme of today's gathering could not be more timely. As both the physician and legislator, Representative Lalani has seen firsthand that if we want better outcomes, we must do more than treat illness after it appears. We must also educate, engage, prevent, and build trust early. This conference helps to do that by raising the public profile of clinical research, strengthening understanding around community health needs, ethics, and informed consent, and building trust with the community and its stakeholders around clinical trial participation. That is important because too often, communities that face the greatest health burdens are the same communities that have had the least access to information. the least access to research, and sometimes the least reason to trust the system. So when an institution like Texas Southern University brings people together to talk honestly, it is helping strengthen the foundation for better public health. And that is what true health advancement looks like. Not only new discoveries, but making sure that those discoveries are rooted in community, equity, access, and trust. People are more likely to feel engaged with healthcare and research when they feel seen, respected, informed, and included. And that is how we move from awareness to participation, and from participation to better outcomes. Our hope is that today's conference continues to inspire even deeper collaboration between researchers, healthcare professionals, institutions, and the communities that they serve. Let us continue building systems where people have access not only to care, but also to information, opportunity, and trust. Let us continue to make sure that research is not something that happens around communities, but with communities. And let us continue advancing health in a way that is ethical, inclusive, and worthy of the public's confidence. I want to close by presenting a resolution to the organizers of this conference. If I could have them join me. Briefly, it just reads that the Texas Southern University Center for Biomedical and Health Research Community Engagement Corps is hosting its annual Clinical Research and Engagement Conference on April 18th, 2026, and resolve that April 18th, 2026 be recognized as Clinical Research and Engagement Day at Texas Southern University, and all those participating be extended sincere best wishes for a productive and informative event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Niall. And thank you, even though he's not here, thank you so much to Dr. Lalani for his continued support, because this is not his first time supporting all the work that is being done here. So with that being said, I do want to bring back up Dr. Ajewole Mema to the microphone for our closing remarks.
Wow, what an amazing day. And please, a round of applause for yourselves for staying through, staying engaged, and for all the attendees online, YouTube, Facebook, everywhere. We are just very delighted that today has been an amazing session. Do you all agree with me about that, right? Awesome, thank you. And as I go into the closeout announcements, would you all like this to continue? Right? Okay, I have a big announcement now. Drum roll. 2027 conference. Please save the date. By the grace of God, we will be gathering again April 17, 2027. Yes, it's a year from now. It will be bigger, better, and more impactful. And we could not have gotten to this point without all the speakers, all the panelists, and everyone that has yielded and given themselves to this amazing conference. Please, a round of applause to each and every one. Thank you. Thank you very much. I have a few announcements on our upcoming events. We are very engaged addressing different health needs. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. We would be having our session on Zoom, Mind Over Stress. Stop stressing. The gas price, just close your eyes to it. Carpool if you can. Stop stressing. We have practical tools for emotional and mental health well-being. And then in June, by God's grace, we are talking about breast cancer survivorship. So please join us for that, so that way we can support the people around us who are either survivors, or if you are a survivor yourself, or you have, support system around that, please Feel free to join us. It's all on Zoom over lunch from 12 to 1 on June 10th, by God's grace. September is Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. And we are going to paint the community blue to bring awareness to prostate cancer. So please save the date, September 12, 2026, from 10 to 1 p.m. We'll be providing several health services, PSA screening, several opportunities to engage with individuals who have gone through the process or have been caregivers around prostate cancer. October is another big one. We roar against breast cancer. It is going to be on TSU campus. By God's grace, we're going to paint our campus pink. Who loves pink? Right? We're going to paint it pink. It's going to be from 10 to 1. We adjusted the time a little bit. It's going to be from 10 to 1 on October 30th. It's a Friday. And I look forward to you all joining us at that event. A lot has been said today, and I hope that you all would consider joining our registry if you have not already done that. Ms. Green highlighted that she's now a member of that registry, right? And that, thank you, yes, Akila. So please, we have our table there. Stop by the table. Our team is ready to help you enroll. For those that are online, we are posting the link. Feel free to click on the link, and you can either, ask us questions or feel free to continue that process. Once again, highlighting Check, Monitor, Control, a study that we are very excited about. The table is over there. If you want to get more information, we are already open to enrolling and consenting participants for this study. Another study that is currently in the pipeline is called MHRX, Baby on Board. This is looking at pregnant women. So if you know of pregnant women in your community, this study is for you. Checking on you as a pregnant woman, your medication, and your blood pressure. This study is currently being reviewed by IRB. When it's approved, we will be ready to enroll. If you want more information about it, MH Rich is right there. Jasmine, she's over there waving. So please feel free to stop by on that table to get more information. I will not end this session without giving acknowledgement, special acknowledgement to all our sponsors, all the exhibitors, all our partners. This would not have been successful. We are grateful for the funding from NIH, but there are certain things that we cannot use that money for, right? So we are very grateful for every sponsor, for every exhibitor, for every partner, and for everyone that has supported our program. Also, expressing gratitude to all our team members. I cannot thank them enough. All the, intentional planning for all our volunteers. Constellation X, thank you for keeping us online, keeping the volume and audio and everything in between. And for all the different departments and colleges in Texas Southern University. And of course, to Provost, who just left, as well as Dr. Esther Olale, we really appreciate you. We appreciate your leadership. Dr. John, the Vice President for Division of Research, is not here in person, but she also sends our regards, and we are very, very grateful. Last announcement here, please remember to complete the survey. Paper survey is not it's not ideal, but if you prefer to do paper, we have paper survey at the back. If you are online, complete the survey as well. We are giving away $15 to 50 people randomly selected. So please scan that QR code. You would find a link to the survey, and after which you will be able to get into the raffle to get a $15 gift card. For community health worker, we will be happy to issue you your certificate. Please complete the link, information on that link, so that way we will issue your certificate. Gift cards and certificates will be issued within 2 weeks of this event. I see some people scanning the QR code, so I'm going to pause a little bit to let them scan. Okay, everyone good? Okay. All right, thank you for scanning. Thank you for completing. And this is the last slide. Again, engage with the vendors, engage with the exhibitors, and we are just very grateful. Thank you all for joining us, and we will see you around again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you all so much.